Good afternoon. Welcome to our penultimate work session of many on the fiscal year 2027 budget. Thank you to colleagues and staff colleagues for being here, and the manager, and to colleagues for continuing to work through a busy time. We have a number of different slide decks and presentations to work through, and we will have time for discussion, but I will send it to the manager to move us in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have, as you noted, we have a lot to walk through today. We're going to be talking a little bit about the remaining capital funds that we didn't discuss in prior departmental work sessions. I want to remind you that there were a few departments here that did focus on their capital investments. So that's where we're starting. I want to also lay out sort of just one, it's not a caution, but it's more just sort of a context note, which is this year's PAYGO capital. It's constrained, okay? We don't have a lot of money. And I know there's always, when we get to this work session, this question about overlap between what we're spending on PAYGO to maintain our infrastructure and what's going to happen with the CIP. Now this year, I can say it's a bonus year. Where as soon as we finish this, we're going to get to move into the CIP. And so we'll do our best as we go through this to try to lay out the distinction between what we're talking about now, and it will be natural for you to raise questions. Do not get offended if we say we're going to get back to you about that when we're looking at the CIP. So I'm going to turn it over to Kyle Scott, who this is his first CIP and PAYGO session with the county this year, so you have to be nice to him. So I'm going to turn it over to him, and he's going to be the ringleader for all the presentations.
Mr. Scott, welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chairperson and board members. My name is Kyle Scott, and I'm the Capital Planning Coordinator with the Department of Management and Finance. As everyone said, we've got a lot to cover today. We're going to start talking about the capital side, and then we'll have some budget discussions for the county manager's office and the board office. As Mark said, we did cover a couple of other departments related to capital budget, parks and technology. And today we're going to start with a very high-level capital program overview for fiscal year 27, which will be followed by programmatic details for the remaining capital areas that we haven't discussed. And those include facilities, transportation, public safety, Crystal City TIF, Metro, and debt. All right, before we get into the numbers, I want to talk about some of our guiding principles. With our current fiscal environment, it is important that we take a measured approach, which considers the impact on the general fund, the ever-changing impacts of interest rates and inflation, and prioritize the most critical projects in this constrained environment. In addition to our local infrastructure, we have a number of regional commitments like Metro, and we are required to meet our obligations as part of this plan's development. Although most of the discussion today will focus on year one of the capital plan, we considered the future resiliency of our infrastructure with this proposal. Regardless of the funding availability, the need of our infrastructure and community continue to grow. The proposed budget prioritizes maintaining our current commitments and responding to emerging service demands. All right, next slide, please. All right, now to some of the numbers. Capital funding has several sources that are dedicated and restricted to specific capital activities. This presentation is focused on pay-as-you-go capital, or PAYGO, and short-term financing. You might hear people say STF, totaling about $26.6 million. If you're looking at the presentation, we try to denote it there with that box, or it's the first two lines. Later this afternoon, we will discuss Transportation Capital Fund and the Crystal City Tax Increment Fund, or TIF. I would like to note that that the discussion of borrowing in the form of general obligation bonds will generally be covered in our debt conversation later and more thoroughly during the CIP development process in a couple of weeks. All right, when the county manager proposed this budget, it was mentioned that we have very limited one-time funding available. And to provide some background, typically funding funds that remain from the prior fiscal year supplement the capital program for the following year. This past fall, however, there were very little monies available, and none of the funding was able to be allocated to the capital program for fiscal year 27. Within this constrained budget, the focus of funding for the 2027 centered on maintaining what we have in the most critical areas. We will be going through the 10-year plan process in a few months, which will allow us to try to supplement some of the recommendations that you're going to see here today. As you can see on this slide, even with the limited resources available, the resources are spread across a wide variety of capital program types, which we'll discuss in more detail this afternoon. All right, and now to talk a little bit about some of the funding types. Capital projects in the PAYGO fund are predominantly resourced with the general fund net tax support. This is in the form of an ongoing transfer, one-time funds, and debt service using short-term financing. The ongoing transfer from the general fund for this proposal is $6.2 million, which is aligned with the 26 funding levels. For this formulation cycle, there were some additional one-time resources available from completed project contingencies and some fee revenue in certain programmatic areas. And to give some background on the profile of PAYGO project, it's a county asset that is purchased or maintained with a useful life of 10 years or less. And the projects proposed for funding continue to focus on a must-have maintenance, where maintenance or replacement was based on the asset's life cycle and replaced for safety or cost avoidance. All right. Additionally, the PAYGO capital program is funded with short-term debt financing, which is financing of assets with the useful life of 3 to 10 years. Because of the shorter useful life of projects, the interest rates are typically or historically lower than rates for longer-term bonds. This finance tool allows us to spread payments over a term rather than paying all at once. This, of course, helps with affordability of all the equipment that is purchased with this source. As with GO bonds, debt service for short-term financing is funded in the general fund in the operating budget. This year, the amount of projects that were funded with short-term financing is higher than previous years because it includes over $6 million from the auto equipment fund for the replacement of 6 pumper trucks, or 6 fire pumper trucks. This source has historically been used for to finance equipment for enterprise technology, synthetic turf fields, and various public safety needs. So far we've been up here a few minutes and we keep stressing constrained and limited resources. To better illustrate that, what we're talking about, we focused we pulled together the various funding sources for PAYGO across the last 6 years. You can see that the overall funding has been lower in the past 2 cycles. And as mentioned previously, the fiscal year 27 funding is significantly constrained by the lack of one-time funds. And we do anticipate this to be the case for fiscal year 28 and as part of the planning process, because we anticipate there to be very close budgeting at the end of this year. All right. And then a key consideration to consider as we go through this process, and some of the drivers include but are not limited to a key consideration of this project costs are continuing to increase. Some of the drivers include but are not limited to various supply chain issues, increased demand for materials, and labor shortages. Increased cost of bulk materials and large equipment are also major contributors to capital project price increases, as well as longer-term execution time for projects. With the increased project cost, one of the biggest impacts of the county is how many projects we'll be able to fund. We've had to make really hard choices about what projects to fund and where to focus investment. And with any prioritization of project funding, there's an added layer to maintain a balance between improving existing assets and funding new projects. Both are important to balance between the striving towards a state of good repair and funding new projects to meet the evolving needs of the community. All right, and as we have mentioned previously, today's discussion is focused on the operating elements of the capital program. However, in a few weeks, the county manager will propose a 10-year capital improvement plan, which is developed on a biennial basis. The decisions made in the formulation of each impacts the other with respect to cost and affordability. As noted on the slide, the county is actively requesting public feedback on how the county should focus our planned investments in both the near and long term. The feedback window closes April 23rd, and we encourage residents to participate. For general information on the CIP, please visit www.arlingtonva.us/CIP, and that includes our presentation for the 27 PAYGO budget. We look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Colleagues, we do have 5 minutes set forward for just discussion on this short piece. We'll see if we can come close. I will, not seeing any lights, I'll go for it with a question just to see if I understand context on one thing, which is slide 7 and the blue, orange, and dark blue. In the fiscal year 2027 last bar, there's 6.2 million in ongoing and 2.5 million in one-time. Let me see if I can take a crack at, I don't yet know this original source of the 17.9 million in short-term. And this could be for anyone, but I'm guessing that the 2.5 million in one-time is a reflection of what a tight fiscal year it is. We didn't want to use that much one-time. I'm guessing that the 6.2 million in ongoing is fiscal reality, so we don't commit a budget misdemeanor or budget felony, because there's things that we will have to spend money on over the next less than 10 years that isn't a one-time this year piece. If either of those is incorrect, that's fine. If they're correct, I'm interested in where does the 17.9 million come from?
Sure. So the 6.2 million is the same amount of ongoing money that's in 26, same amount as in 27. The one-time money is some reallocated balances that we had from projects that have concluded, and so they're being applied to other projects, new projects in FY27. And the short-term financing is a combination of two things. It's the $11 million that's in the base transfer from the general fund to fund the debt service of short-term financing. And in this fiscal year, which is not always typical, we have the purchase of the fire pumper trucks that Kyle mentioned, and that debt service is over in the auto fund. And we talked about that a little bit when DES was in here on their budget a couple weeks ago, and why that number was so much. It's because we're budgeting now for the payment of those pumper trucks out of the auto fund, but it's in the short-term financing funding source.
Great. So that seems to help me understand we're down a little bit from 33.9 million. Did we do, in the development of the budget, was there some analysis and discussion of even coming down further on this to create room, perhaps on one time or perhaps on ongoing, or not? Just channeling some of the discussion we had last year on reducing CIP projects and the PAYGO component of that.
Right. Well, the need is much greater than this. Sure. When we started out and departments' proposals that they put forward, the manager kept the level funding of PAYGO coming, or capital coming from the general fund level, and we just scraped some extra dollars that we could find from the savings of projects. So this is the bare minimum of funding that we had on. Mark, you want to?
Thank you.
I would just add one thing, which is that in the 20 years I've been in the county, the first 10 years I was here, there was a practice, though I think it was disfavored at the time, to scrape some of that ongoing money in PAYGO and move it over to the operating side. And it's much like what I tried to do. I've tried very hard here, as I did in AHIF, to put ongoing dollars for these capital needs. There's far in excess of the $6.2 million. Anytime you pull money from that, it's really, really hard to convince any board, no matter how thoughtful you are, to take from an immediate operating need and put it into capital. So that is the bare minimum, and you can see we've been slowly inching that forward. The one-time money on top, the 2.5 million, is a reallocation. In previous years, and Richard, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when we had money at closeout, the board very thoughtfully would say, well, we want to apply some to AHIF, we want to apply some of these one-time dollars to capital needs.
Yeah.
And this is just another example of how tight budgets are.
Great, got it. I've used more than my share. Ms. Cunningham, and then Mr. Carantonis.
Just to clarify on that, so the 2.5 that is so much smaller in 27, the one-time funds, is mostly the closeout. It's not reflecting on the fact that costs are going up on projects, so we have fewer leftover funds at the end?
There's actually no closeout dollars because we ended last fiscal year razor
Closed
thin.
out.
Right.
Usually we allocate, a portion of the available monies to the next year's PAYGO.
Right.
Which did not occur. So these are just existing balances that we had in PAYGO already from projects that were completed under budget.
Got it.
Pooled that money together to add to the project list for '27.
Okay. And then for the short-term financing, I guess it says a line of credit. What is the interest that we pay on that compared to our bonds?
Maybe Jason, when he does debt later,
Can show us
can
that.
address
Okay.
that issue.
Perfect.
4%, okay.
Brilliant. And then just noting on the general fund PAYGO projects here, it's things like the central library that is leaking and an elevator that is broken in the shelter. It seems like those are capital needs that would otherwise have been taken care of in our CIP if we hadn't moved things forward over the last decade. Is that generally true? Like, those are some projects that I think have moved over time as we've made room for schools.
Well, some projects moved up based on the need, so they were funded out of the PAYGO operating budget. And to your point, we'll have a much more fulsome conversation when we overlay bonds on top of this as a part of the CIP.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Over to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. More or less on the same. So basically, up to fiscal year 25, about half of our PAYGO would be financed by one time. And now we are in a situation where more than half is financed with short term, while keeping the ongoing, so the general fund contribution flat, about $6 million. So strategically, this means that, like we did between 23 and 24, we have to begin to increase the one-time contribution to just rebalance the sources, right?
Well, your budget director might encourage you to apply ongoing to the capital
Right.
program.
So that means that we have to look at more ongoing going into PAYGO, right?
That would be a recommendation I would make.
So for me, it's not so much, it's obvious, this becomes now very obvious because ongoing, which is very flexible money, as we just discussed, is not anymore available. So, and we are filling the gap basically with short-term financing.
Yes, and I would say that next year when we're developing the 28 budget, the short-term financing number will drop back down to around $11 million level. This is just a unique year where there was the planned purchase of the 6 fire pumper trucks.
Yeah, because it was just available from there. But still, would you predict that we are going to continue in the descending from 43 million to now 26 million? Are we going to expect less?
Based on the conversation we had around mid-year and how we think we'll end this fiscal year, I don't believe there will be lots of additional one-time money available at the end of this fiscal year for 28. So it's going to be, we'll have some difficult conversations around
Right.
funding.
So I just want to say that we're in for increasing.
Right, if I could add one thing, and this is giving you a little bit of a preview, we're not done with the CIP yet. We're multitasking. But we have, much as we talked about with housing, we have, I call this a little bit of a meteor heading for us, in that METEOR, which is our maintenance needs, okay, which we normally would have handled some of these year by year here. They're growing bigger and bigger, and what's going to happen, it's just necessary, is that we'll end up crowding out our ability to do new projects. So that's giving you a little bit of preview of what you're going to see in the CIP, which is, as much as everybody wants to do new projects, we're going to need to rebalance the CIP and our conversations to pushing a lot of our bond funds in a maintenance direction. We'll do it consistent with the GAAP government accounting policies, but you're going to see a lot of pressure for that, whereas the last few years, I think we were able to accommodate schools when they had new buildings and do other kinds of things. We're just going to be constrained.
Thank you.
That's the answer I wanted to elicit, so.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Fiscal responsibility, the term's crowding out. Economists are talking in there, thinking smart and not necessarily irrationally exuberant for next year. Onward, unless I see other, I do not see, so we'll go on to the next. We're close to on time with our little schedule here, so onward to the next presentation.
Right, we're going to go to, next up is DES Transportation, I believe. And I'm going to have Sarah Crawford and Vijaytha Huffman come forward. Vijaytha, are you doing the presentation? Oh, Sarah is? Okay, great.
So just, we did a run a show that had, and I'm good, we're going to transportation next, and we'll come back to facilities and energy management, correct?
Right, there are,
Okay.
Yeah,
So different
they're-
slide deck, but transportation, heard you loud and clear. So when you're ready.
All right. Ready? Well, I'm starting off, so I think we're ready.
Sure.
My name is Sarah Crawford. I'm the Assistant Director of Transportation, and I'm joined today by our Transportation Capital Funds Manager, Vijaytha Huffman. And today, we'll both be giving you an overview of our operating budget for capital for transportation. This is focused mostly on the PAYGO portion of the budget, but does include some notion of the Transportation Capital Fund. On the next slide, we wanted to give a little bit of an overview of where we are in terms of construction. As was discussed or alluded to previously, a capital project typically isn't completed within one fiscal year. Capital projects span multiple fiscal years, so this map shows projects that are currently underway in calendar year 2026, with some projects that will be wrapping up in 26, such as the Columbia Pike Transit Stations and the Military Road safety improvements. We also have projects that will continue on through 2026 that are underway, including the Crystal City Metro Rail Station East Entrance and the East Falls Church bus bays. We will have some projects starting soon in calendar year 26, most of which will span into calendar year 27, one of which I'd like to highlight is the Arlington View Connector Trail, and we'll give more detail on these projects as we get to the CIP presentation. As we were putting together the slide on equity, we really wanted to highlight how throughout the past 4 to 5 years, we've really integrated equity into all of our programming, services, and planning. We have looked at equity in terms of trail connectivity to provide bicycle and pedestrian options throughout the county, north to south in specific. We've also highlighted equity in some of our programming. The Vision Zero program has done an equity emphasis analysis and has targeted safety improvements specifically in those areas to ensure that we're providing those safe facilities in areas that may need that connectivity most. The Neighborhood Complete Streets program as well, in addition to their ranking criteria, has taken an equity into consideration in selecting projects. And we also have our services, our ART transit service and our capital bike share and shared mobility device permitting program services that ensure that we are siting capital bike share stations, providing transit service, and ensuring that our deployment of shared mobility devices is consistent with equity emphasis areas. We also have our Cabby for All program, which provides a reduced cost capital bike share membership for qualified participants and allows them to avail themselves of this mode of transportation at a much reduced price. All of this kind of leads the way to the planning process we are currently within Arlington's Transportation Future, which will really underpin the next phase of planning and programming and services once it's adopted later this year. I wanted to touch a little bit on our funding sources. We'll go into much greater detail on these other funding sources as we get to the CIP. But I did want to highlight some of the differences in these sources and why PAYGO, even such a small portion, is so important to our capital program. Just to show that we really do need these PAYGO dollars to keep some of our operating capital moving forward. We have 3 pots of local funds that we use for transportation, 2 of which are isolated specifically to transportation per the Virginia State Code, and 1 of which was adopted by the County Board for use on infrastructure and open space in the Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard planning area. There are a number of different competitive programs that we use to fund our capital projects within the portfolio. The state typically administers federal funding, though there are some opportunities at the federal level where we do apply directly. But for the most part, the state competitive funding is moderated by the Virginia Department of Transportation or the Department of Rail and Public Transportation, where we compete for funding for operating and our transportation capital projects. At the regional level, we have two sources, MVTA Regional, which is a large pot of funding, but as you'll note from that line item and the one at the top, MVTA Local, it's really focused on congestion reduction. So we have to really tailor the projects that we submit through that program to ensure that we can rate competitively to receive those funds. And finally, the commuter choice program run through MVTC must benefit those toll payers in order to be considered favorably by that program.
So on the next slide, this shows a snapshot of our transportation assets. And I'm just going to highlight the items. I'm sorry, is this? Oh, okay. All right.
Ms. Huffman, can you bring your microphone a little closer?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
They're not
I was
very
trying to get the
sensitive.
pointer to work,
Yeah.
but maybe it doesn't work. I'm just going to highlight the items that have changed year over year. So in the very first, under this very first circle, we have actually added a metric. It's the number of protected bike lane miles. That's 12.3. In the third circle, where we have our ART assets, we have 82 ART buses. That is 4 more than we had last year, and it is the 4 pilot battery electric buses that we have. Under capital bike share, we're excited to say that we have 130 more bicycles, includes more pedal bicycles as well as more e-bicycles. Under parking, we have added a new metric, and that's the parking sensors. And those are the sensors from our demand-based parking pilot program. So that is another asset that we are tracking now. And under signalized intersections, we actually have 3 additional signalized intersections. That's not a number that typically goes up from year to year, but we have 3 more this year, George Mason and Park, Columbia Pike and Rolfe, and 1 in Crystal City. For UPS's uninterrupted power supplies, we have added almost 20, but most importantly, at this point, 3/4 of our signalized intersections have uninterrupted power supply. I think those are all the highlights for this page. So probably go to the next slide. On this slide, it shows some examples of the types of programs and projects that we fund with PAYGO. Now, we do tend to limit our PAYGO requests to programs that don't qualify for our dedicated funding sources like TCF and TIF. I will actually draw your attention to the third photograph on this slide for paving. So typically, PAYGO pays to maintain our paved streets. And in past years, we have used it for slurry seal in our neighborhood streets and for micro surfacing on our arterials. Now, the cost of slurry and micro have gone up to a point where we've determined it's no longer cost effective for us to do that. So instead, we have moved to what we call crack sealant, which is more of a topical application, and that's what that photograph shows. So that is a new approach that the program has started using as of this fiscal year. Next slide. This shows the list of transportation programs for which we are requesting PAYGO. In total, our PAYGO request for fiscal 2027 is $2.3 million, and you can see it is less than half of our adopted PAYGO for fiscal 2026. Just a few items that are worth noting. At the top of the list, you will see our request for paving. And again, it's specifically for crack sealant and for markings. And by markings, I mean the replacement markings when we do mill and overlay of our streets. So you can see that our request is down considerably year over year with this new approach that the team is using. Street safety improvements, the next item in the table, is also down considerably. I should note that the $1.25 million that you see for fiscal 26 includes $250,000 for photo speed. So really the comparison, the apples to apples comparison, is the $1 million going down to $408,000. Next is parking technology. That is new this year, and it specifically relates to maintenance of the sensors associated with the demand-based parking pilot, as well as the software subscription that we need to get the information from those sensors. signals and ITS maintenance, it would appear that we are dramatically reducing our PAYGO request, when in fact what we did is we took a look at the life of all of the assets, the individual components, and we determined that anywhere where the life is longer, it could be actually funded with bonds. So we are shifting the request, requesting less PAYGO, and we will be requesting more bonds as part of the CIP process. I think those are probably the main items I wanted to highlight on this slide. I should mention that many of the programs that we will be discussing, each of these in further detail in coming slides, many of these programs rely not just on PAYGO, but also on bonds. This slide shows our paving program, and with paving, we measure the condition of our streets with the Pavement Condition Index, PCI. So the PCI for 2025 is 83.18, and that represents street condition that is near excellent. So that's really good news. However, it's important to note, and the graph here shows this, that PCI tends to lag investment in paving. So when you look at the graph, you can see the bars show the number of lane miles that have been paved every year. And you can see that when we decreased our investment in paving, it took a few years for PCI to go down. And when it did go down, customer satisfaction was negatively impacted. So I think that's really important to just keep that in mind. It's also important to remember that we just went through another brutal winter this year. So we'll have to see what happens with PCI when we measure it this fall. Now, the PAYGO is going to be paying to maintain the paved streets. And as I mentioned, we'll be doing that with crack sealant. And also, it pays for replacement markings, and then, of course, also things like to measure PCI. It's really important to maintain our paved streets, because if we don't maintain them, and the pavement gets to be at a point of deterioration such that the pavement also deteriorates, then we're no longer looking at being able to simply do mill and overlay. We actually then have to go to full depth rebuild. And full depth rebuild costs 5 times what mill and overlay costs. So it's really important for us to sort of maintain the streets in a condition where we don't have to do full depth rebuild. Finally, I will note that we continue to track potholes, and potholes for the last few years have been tracking right around under 1,000, which is exponentially lower than what we were experiencing some 10, 12 years ago. You see the statistic here for fiscal 25, and for fiscal 26, we're trending right about at that level, maybe slightly lower, but kind of close to that number. Yeah. And then the other thing I'll mention is, just on potholes, potholes, of course, are always a nuisance when you're in a car, but if you're on a micro-mobility device or when you're on a bicycle, then really that could involve some severe injuries. So it's just important to keep an eye on potholes.
That was an excellent transition to our street safety improvements program. This is the program within the budget and the CIP that funds our Vision Zero program. The Vision Zero program, of course, is focused on ensuring that the county as a whole, not just transportation, but on the whole, supports an environment that gets to zero fatal or severe injury crashes by the year 2030. This goal was established by the county board upon the adoption of the Vision Zero Action Plan in 2021. And since that time, we've been implementing a number of different treatments, both permanent and pilot and tactical, throughout the county to get to that goal. And one of the graphics I'd like to draw attention to on this screen is related to our quick build projects. Every time we implement a quick build project, we do an assessment of the crashes before at that location and then after at the location. And as you can see with just our quick build projects alone, we've achieved a greater degree of success with reducing crashes at these specific locations. And I have to say, much more data can be found on the website. The Vision Zero program has one of the most comprehensive websites in the transportation program. And just for anyone who's listening, I'd encourage you to take a look. There's a ton of information on there that not only explains the program, but provides information about different locations throughout the county. Overall, street safety improvements is funded by a variety of different local sources. We try to use TCF where we can when the project that we're implementing is eligible per the state code. However, that's not always the case, and we do need PAYGO for certain initiatives that are not eligible for TCF. This is namely our pilot and tactical projects, such as implementation of speed management, like the tactical speed humps, turn hardening, education campaigns, and school zone improvements. As Ms. Huffman mentioned, the PAYGO funding for SSI is $400,000 in 2027, which is lower than what was approved for 2026, which was $1 million. The program is always scalable. We can ratchet it up and ratchet it back, but this level of funding for PAYGO is not ideal for fiscal 2027, and we won't know until we reach the end of that fiscal year, but it may be a challenge to reach that 2030 goal. Moving on to parking technology, this is a new program for the operating portion of the capital budget. The county recently completed the performance parking pilot. This was funded by the Commonwealth. This was an innovative program that we partnered with the Commonwealth, which was a sophisticated technology and software program to detect occupancy through installation of hockey puck type devices in the right-of-way that through transponders tell us active parking usage of that space. This is something that allowed us, through that pilot, to moderate pricing to reflect the demand, which leads to the optimized use of curb space. This program is key to establishing the data foundation that supports an informed and optimized curb management. This will be further enhanced through the policies that we define through the upcoming update of the Master Transportation Plan. So during the term of the grant, the operations were funded through the grant, but now the county must take on the operations and maintenance responsibilities. This may be more appropriately incorporated into an operating budget in the future, but for now we're using PAYGO. This PAYGO funding level will allow us to maintain data collection and analysis, but it is a reduced level than would allow us to maintain the screens that are posted in the right-of-way that allow people to make decisions in real time while they're navigating to a parking space.
So moving on to our signals and ITS maintenance program, we are requesting $360,000 of PAYGO. This will also be supported with bond funding. And on this slide, you can see just a few examples of some of the assets. So first, we have the signal poles. And the signal poles, they go through a structural inspection that we do on a 6-year cycle. So every year, we try to get to about 50 intersections of our roughly 300 intersections. The next is flashing beacons, and that includes school beacons. And then, of course, we have speed indicators, and we have a whole host of other devices out there in our right-of-way. You can go to the next slide. On this slide, you can see the condition of our signal poles. Now, I should mention that we started doing the structural inspections in fiscal 2023. So this is our 4th year doing the structural inspections. And naturally, we started by prioritizing the intersections where the signal poles were not in good condition. So at this point, when you look at the pie chart, we've got about 50% of our signal poles are in good or fair condition. And then we do have some that are in poor or critical condition, about 27%, and those have been prioritized to either full replacement as part of capital project, or structural repairs. And then finally, we have about a quarter of our signal poles that have not been inspected yet. Because again, we're going through the 6-year cycle. We haven't completed all 6 years of the first set of sort of inspections. So I think we can go to the next slide. On this program, it's a proactive zone maintenance of the county-maintained sidewalks, of which there are it's over 400 miles. And under this program, which we started in fiscal 2024, we are aiming for a 10-year maintenance cycle. So prior to the initiation of this program, we were on a 20-year cycle. So we've got the county divided up into 20 zones, and we aim to do 2 zones every year so that we hit the 10-year cycle. And in the map that's shown on the slide, all of the green zones are the ones that have been completed, including zone N6 and S7, which were completed in fiscal 2026. And the 2 zones that are highlighted in pink are the ones that we intend to undertake the maintenance on in fiscal 2027. So the proposed PAYGO budget for this program is $250,000. I should mention that this is actually a 22% decline over fiscal 26 adopted, but we are hoping that as long as the program can secure the bond funding that we will be requesting as part of the CIP program, we are hoping to be able to maintain the 10-year cycle. That is our goal. On the bridge maintenance program, this program maintains the 38 bridges that we have across the county, which includes 11 pedestrian bridges. And these bridges are inspected biannually, and they are rated on a scale of 0 to 9. All elements of the bridge are rated. And the county's goal is between 6 and 7, which is satisfactory to good. All of our bridges currently are in that range, except for the Arlington Ridge Road Bridge, which, as you are aware, is currently under construction. Our proposed PAYGO budget for bridge maintenance is $236,000, and this will also be supplemented with bond funding. Moving now into Transportation Capital Fund. TCF, as you know, is comprised of two elements. There's the commercial and industrial tax, and there's NVTA local. So for TCF C&I, we are projecting $19.8 million of revenues in fiscal 27. This is actually 14% lower than fiscal 26, reflecting the vacancy rates on our commercial properties across the county. NVTA local is actually a bright spot in the revenue picture, and it is projected at $12.6 million and is 5% higher than fiscal 26 adopted. So because NVTA local, as you know, is driven by sales taxes, and therefore it is going up year over year. This shows the budget summary for TCF. So expenditures is staying relatively flat to small increase year over year. Revenue is dropping, driven by TCF C&I, and the staffing that is home costed to TCF is staying static at 43.5. I should mention that the decline in TCF C&I is proving to be a real challenge for us in our CIP, and we will be discussing that in the next couple of months.
So as we noted earlier, capital projects span more than just 1 year. Our capital projects, I would say, from cradle to grave, last anywhere from 3 to 8 years when you consider concept development, design, public engagement, procurement, and finally construction. So we wanted to highlight some projects that have been recently completed or are underway. We have our South Walter Reed Drive project, which is under construction now in coordination with the Arlington Public Schools Career Center project. That will wrap up in 2027. Our Military Road Safety Improvements project is anticipated to wrap up this calendar year. Columbia Pike, which is just, we're putting the finishing touches on Columbia Pike now with the transit stations, and we're thrilled to be completed with that project. It was substantially completed this past December after years and years of construction, and it's starting to look great. And finally, we wanted to highlight the South Carlin Springs Road Pedestrian Improvements Project, which is an example of one of those projects where we've been able to be fairly nimble because of an all-hands approach within DES. With our real estate team, our signals team, our engineering bureau, we've been able to get this project under design and underway in a relatively short amount of time. This is the prelude to a longer-term vision for South Carlin Springs. We will be beginning the corridor study for this corridor after the conclusion of the Master Transportation Plan update. So it will begin within fiscal 27, roughly in the winter timeframe. Turning to the Crystal City Tax Increment Financing, the TIF, as we affectionately call it, is used for public, open space, and transportation projects within Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard. It's funded through redirecting 25% of the property taxes within that area to this fund for these projects. One of the significant benefits of TIF for transportation is our ability to use this fund to leverage external funds. We have the Crystal City Metro Rail East entrance on the screen, and at $146 million, 2/3 of that project is funded through external sources, and a range of external sources from state, federal, and regional funds. TIF and some TCF have been used to round out the funding for that project. highlighting a couple of additional TIF projects. We are able to do some TIF projects using wholly TIF. It is a smaller source, but it allows us to do some complete streets projects, such as the project on the right on South Eid Street. But it also allows us, again, to leverage those external funds to do larger projects. We recently completed the Army-Navy Drive Complete Street, and we are underway on 15th Street South, which will close out in 2027.
This is the budget summary for TIF, and expenditures are relatively flat year over year. Revenue is declining sharply, almost 14%. And TIF is actually does not just represent commercial properties, but also residential properties. Yet it is dropping about as much as TCF/C&I, and that is because of the way TIF is calculated. It is an increment to the 2011 base year, and therefore it is inherently relatively volatile. Now, this is going to pose a challenge not just for transportation, but also for parks, and so this will come up as part of the capital improvement plan discussions.
So in rounding out our presentation today, I think we've talked a lot about how we're trying to use the limited PAYGO available to fund the absolute core needs that we have within transportation, but this will face pressure on our program moving into the future. The revenue declines that Ms. Huffman spoke about in both TCF and TIF are challenging now and will be challenging as we bring forward the CIP in the next several months. And one thing that we'll also talk about as we move into the capital improvement plan is how TCF is used to pay for operating expenditures, which on its face is an eligible use, whether it's art service or capital bike share, but it puts a crunch on our ability to deliver capital projects into the future. With that, we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both for the presentation. Just grateful for the work as accreted years. Just respect so much your rigor and thoroughness, both of you, and the tag team back and forth on the slides as well. Colleagues, open for questions. Vice Chair Coffey.
Great. Thank you both for your work and for being here. I think this is some of probably the least glamorous and most important work that we do as a local government, but it really, really does matter. And honestly, I think I want to start with two just like shout outs, which is one of my friends sent me a picture yesterday or 2 days ago of the new digital transit screens on Columbia Pike that are online with the upcoming buses, which buses and how long it's going to be, and they are just so excited that that is there now. And so I think people notice when we get things done. And then the other project is the South Carlin Springs Road one, which is another one where neighbors basically as soon as construction showed up texted me and were like, oh my God, it's really happening. And that one we know took a lot to get to. And so I think I just want to make sure you all know that the community does see the work and appreciate it as much as it can be hard to get done and disruptive as it's happening. I think I am decently concerned around the decrease in the street safety improvements budget. I know a couple of years ago when we had ample one-time money, we tried to kind of max out what we thought was really usable in a single fiscal year for all of the street safety projects. And I guess one of my questions is around how you reached the 408K, and really is that driven by our lack of fund availability? Is that calculated based on a projection of a certain number of projects that we can get to? Kind of what drives 408 specifically?
Sure. I think most simply it's driven by the constrained funding environment. As I mentioned, the program is scalable, so they will use it to the best of their abilities, but they could do more and they would do more otherwise.
Yeah, and this may be, I know we're getting to the end of things here, but this may be a follow-up question unless you know it off the top of your head. Do we know approximately what the cost per project on the quick builds is?
Not off the top of my head, but
Someone,
Dan might.
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend. We haven't had a backup slide in a while, actually, but no, it's okay.
You guys are nerds. You're nerds. You're nerds.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, county board members. As you know, our quick build program is very flexible, and so there's always a range. And those projects, the reason we call it quick build is because, you know, they're identified and we act upon them quickly, as opposed to the capital program, the capital projects Sarah described, which are 3 to 8 years. These we try to complete within a year. So it varies. Of course, within the quick builds, we have what we call our tactical quick builds, where you see the bollards or the flex posts, the tactical speed humps, the separation for the bike lanes. Those are fairly inexpensive in general, but when we talk about the other side of the quick builds, we're talking about things where we're hardscaping intersections, right? We're building out concrete. So that does vary, but in general, we've been kind of averaging somewhere between 50 to 100,000 per project. But again, there is some variation there because sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But that's kind of the mid-range of what those projects cost.
Great. That's a very helpful ballparking for us. I think I would like to see us not slow down on this, and I really do think that it is a community priority as well. We hear all the time, especially Vision Zero, now that there is a lot more visibility and awareness, and the quick builds, I think when people see them pop up in their neighborhood, as we know, all of a sudden they're asking for more quick builds. And I think the tactical speed humps are a perfect example. They showed up in a couple of school zones, and now I think every single neighborhood that has a school is trying to get those as soon as possible. And so I think this is an identified community need, and I think it's something that people may not, as they scan the budget, immediately call out, but I also think people will notice if we stop or slow down the investments that we have been making. So I just pin that for all of our friends here. And I feel like I had one other thing. But I might need to find it, so
We can come back. If we need, if it's pressing, we for sure can come back. Mr. Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and both to Sarah and Ms. Huffman, thank you for your presentation today. I just want to go in maybe a couple of areas here. One, thank you for the update on our paving platform and the risk associated with not doing anything. I mean, last year when I was here, I was wanted to understand more about the paving apparatus and how far that money goes, but it really made a lot of sense here today about why we need to be more proactive in these approaches, because the cost associated with not doing anything is significant. Speaking of proactive, I'm looking at slide 13 with some of our zone maintenance when it comes to our county sidewalks. And maybe you can help me out a little bit. I'm reading this to say around $250,000 a pay-go goes towards some of our sidewalks depending on zones, but then we have some additional supplemental through bond funding. How much is that, additional?
Sure, so the bonds are, So the bond funding in recent years has been right around 700,000.
Okay.
So it is predominantly bond funded, but PAYGO is important because there are aspects of the work that really the life isn't long enough to justify bonds. So there are situations where we do need to use PAYGO as a more appropriate source of fund.
Great. For my colleagues and everyone who's probably watching, I understand what we're doing here with PAYGO and transportation. I think it's also a unique opportunity for everyone who may be listening in, if they don't know. A couple of us sit over at the NVTA, and there's about 13 projects potentially that the public can weigh in on here in Arlington, and I would encourage folks to do that. because it will help outside of PAYGO and some of our sources is other lines of funding, right, that comes out of MVTA and the state that can help us with some of our transportation programs that we have going on. Other than that, thank you for a very thorough report. Again, we're in very unique times when it comes to budget. Sometimes we're asked to do more with less, but other than that, Mr. Chair, I have nothing additional to ask at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Spain, for the sidewalk focus and for your questions and comments. We'll turn next to Mr. Karantonis, then Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. First of all, not only thanking you, but also recognizing the amazing work that you have been doing over several years now to actually show the yield of these policies in data that everybody can see. There is a small taste of that in slide number 9 about how quick build work on crashes. So, I mean, there is not a single. We get a ton of constituent input on or on questions about transportation issues, traffic counting issues, etc. The first thing that I do is always go to Visit Zero and see what's going on in this particular place. And this is mostly very, well shaping my understanding. So in that sense, and a little bit riding on the discussion that you had with Vice Chair Coffey. When we say street safety improvements, there are always two types. The one is what we do to tame how dangerous car traffic is, and there is a tribe where the focus is to improve pedestrian and cycling. The reduction, do we have more or less a philosophy what we would be doing first, or how we would be approaching that? So what yields most for Vision Zero?
So as I mentioned, we do have a variety of sources of funds. We focused on the PAYGO through this presentation, but a lot of what Mr. Neighbors spoke about with the quick builds and the hardscaping is eligible for TCF in most cases. So that work will continue. It's those pilot treatments, and if you'll recall in the last fiscal year or so, we implemented the tactical speed humps near school zones. That's a pilot, and that type of tactical treatment can only be eligible for PAYGO. So those types of innovative, forward-thinking elements that we've not yet tested in the right-of-way, we would slow those down. We would not be able to install as many tactical speed humps or the next thing that the Vision Zero team has identified as a need. And I don't know if Mr. Neighbors, you want to build on that at all?
Sure. I think part of the question, too, is how do we determine or prioritize?
Yeah.
And going back to what the Vision Zero goals are, it's to eliminate all fatalities and serious injuries before 2030. Okay, so we look at and we do different analytics and different programs to really target those types of crashes. And in general, that's our priority. So we look at the high injury networks around the county where most of our crashes are happening, and we'll do a high injury network safety audit. And that identifies like basically the low-hanging fruit of things that we can do. What kind of tactical things we can do to help support reduction of crashes on those corridors. We also look at where there's clustering of crashes around the county, and that's what we call our action spot program. And those, again, we look at how we could address those in the short term using the SSI funds. What are the kind of low-cost, low-hanging fruit that we could do? And then the third thing is we do this critical crash review where we have police, we have a multidisciplinary team that looks at all the critical crashes each quarter. We also look at any pedestrian and bicycle crash and seeing what kind of things we can do. So a lot of what is done through Vision Zero is tackling those most immediate needs. Now, the team also works across the county on, we said, like the more intermediate type program, the quick builds, and the capital projects as well. And sometimes a lot of the things that are identified in those different analyses go into that capital project program. I'm trying to think of a good example. A good example is Military and Nellie Custis Roundabout. You know, there was a risk that was identified there, and that became a capital project.
Right. The reason why I'm asking that is because sometimes we can, there is a backstory to doing more tactical because it helps us save and condition on the other side, on the big capital side. And sometimes you save a lot of money if you can accomplish the goal with tactical. So always the idea was to do more tactical so that we can, stretch the CIP dollar further at the end. In the same thing. So another. I mean, for me, it's a heavy expense. The street light, the signals, the traffic signals, etc. I mean, intersections we do here with these, quite laborious and capital-intensive structures, right? So, is there any thinking of trying to figure out a way to do that for less or with a different type of setting, like we have in other cities? I mean, I'm always saying, and I mean, I was observing on Columbia Pike, for example. This takes a lot of. I mean, in order to safely put one of these, it's laborious, expensive. It's really a lot. I mean, it holds for a long time. I get that, but do we think along these lines?
We do where we can, and when we talk about, the state of good repair, obviously that's one area we're focusing on, so that we can, make sure that the signal intersections are performing as we want them to. I will say in general, we do see a lot of opportunities through our signalized intersection projects to enhance the accessible pedestrian signals. We enhance the uninterruptible power supply. So when we do have power outages, the signal still operates, right? Because otherwise, if we don't have that, it goes to a blackout condition, which is a safety risk for us. We also do other upgrades, such as looking at phasing, looking at timing improvements. So there's more than just the infrastructure itself. It's the other elements that kind of go along with that we see as a big safety benefit when we deliver those types of projects.
Right, and soon we will be asking even more because we want signal priority and other things, right? So,
Sure.
Does this fit here?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. I think, Mr. Crantonis, your question includes an aspect of the style of the signal and the cost associated with that. I just want to say there is a benefit that coming from standardized infrastructure, which allow us to implement programs like more consistently. Another thing is that master arm allow us space to put on additional signs, sensors, and other devices. I don't know, I want to pump the team up a little bit. We use sensors for vehicle detection. So we, unless it's the old, signal that hasn't been upgraded, we no longer cut the loop in the pavement, which is still widely used by other places. There is a cost associated with that. However, the benefit is very significant. You don't need to worry about the utility cut somehow damage the loop and your signal no longer operate as designed. And also it give us opportunity to tweak, the sensor, the range and everything. So Arlington is really on the, I will say, leading group for technology, and the TSP and all that. Those all come with sensors and devices that need a place to put them. I always wondered how DC puts stuff on their pole on the side, which sometimes hard to detect when you have parked cars along it. Again, I will say the price that we pay for the equipment is very well paid back by the service level.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis and Ms. Payne.
I had a question about kind of parking writ large, and this might be a follow-up question, but it seems like we did the parking pilot, and now there's a cost to continue that, to maintain the sensors and maintain the software. So I'm kind of interested in like the overall return on investment for our parking pilot investments, the built environment and software that we're creating, as well as the enforcement side. So I think we've talked through the pilot, learned from the pilot that we have a major payment compliance issue. And so this is probably more of a manager question, but can we look across all of the parking efforts? Like, what are we spending and what are we collecting? And how might we do more to collect more?
So the program, as you noted, does allow us to collect that data and identify where noncompliance is higher in some areas than other areas, and we can use that information to allow for enhanced enforcement. As to the return on investment, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that's something that we can certainly respond with.
Okay, great. And then on the sensors, I think this is actually a Mr. Carantonis question. I know we were very early adopters of putting the sensors in the pavement. Is that, now that the pilot is kind of concluded, I guess, when we found that it was useful, will we stick with that technology or will we move to some of the newer on-the-pole, lower-cost technologies?
At this point, we are planning to stick with that technology, and to note Mr. Spain's comment earlier, we do have an application into the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority to continue the pilot in other areas of the county to allow us to expand the reach of the data collection. Did you want to add anything?
No, that was good. I'll add that, we just did kind of, you voted to continue that program, and so that gives us the ability to, look, keeping the program in the ground in the areas that it is currently. With the additional funding, we could expand those areas because we have about 4,400 sensors out of about 5,900 parking spaces. So, there is still some room for growth.
Great, thank you. And then on the NVTA question, and this can be offline as well, but I'm curious how we're doing in recovering the funds that were owed from NVTA. I know the focus on congestion has always been a little tricky because they're used to expanding roadways, and that's not what we want to do. How's that going, and what do you need from the board to support that?
So the language in the enabling legislation in the state code is a little tricky on that. We're not necessarily owed anything, but we are owed the long-term benefit of the dollars that are raised in Arlington. And that is a very complicated calculation based on location and travel patterns. I will say that we are underwater and that we should be receiving more from the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority than we are based on that long-term benefit calculation. I would say that as a public service announcement, people can Google Northern Virginia Transportation Authority and see that their public comment period is now open for those 13 projects, and submit letters of support to the authority because while congestion reduction relative to cost is one of their main factors that they consider when funding projects, there's a variety of factors including modal, diversity, and public opinion. So that would be
And it's millions of dollars that we're out of balance.
Yeah.
Okay,
About 100.
great. And then last, we can tag this for later, but I know in July we're going to come back and talk about snow. But I'm really interested to hear how some of the quick builds and all the bumps and everything survived the snow and what we learned, but we don't need to do it here.
Perfect. And
But you didn't go out to 14th Street and see, as the snow pile melted, some of the tactical items that...
I was keeping an eye on the Quincy Street pile, but yes.
thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Ms. Cunningham. I think Vice Chair Coffey had one thing. I'll ask one question that's related to your earlier point and shared point of several. On the Vision Zero, Mr. Carantonis pointed out the tight fiscal state of good repair is something we're having to, evaluate based on how difficult this budget is. But I guess I would say that the difference between 400,000 and $1 million I neither want to say that every issue is a sudden crisis, even though to those neighbors it is. I'm not in a space to advocate for more one-time funding at this place. It would be one-time funding to get us from 400 to $1 million, as I understand. Is that fair?
I would say for this fiscal year, it is fair. If I may add, one of the things related to eligibility for NVTA local is that the effort be included in the regional transaction plan. And because of the timing of the Vision Zero action plan and the last transaction plan, a comprehensive safety program was not included. We're working with you all to get that included in the next transaction plan, which is undergoing an update right now. And that would allow us a lot more flexibility in using those funds. So in a very long-winded way of saying, we will be able to do more for Vision Zero with MVTA local in the future than we can now, which may reduce our reliance on PAYGO next fiscal year and the year after.
I guess I would say that's very helpful and aligned with Ms. Cunningham's efforts to support Mr. Carantonis and Mr. Spain on getting us to long-term equity or fairness there. I guess I would say that if there were additional one-time funding, the Vision Zero flexibility such that the manager could access it through a contingency or one-time funding would be high on my list without prejudging the relative level of the Vision Zero pieces, because down the street from me, there were 2 accidents in one weekend, and yet I kind of am averse to submitting something from my own next neighborhood, not because it's the worst, but it's unbecoming, and so I want to look at the whole county. But there's some like contingency or potentiality of stuff that, depending on if we're in the level of fiscal crisis or fiscal challenge that I might be supportive of, but I'm not in a space at this moment to be thinking we should add one-time funding, if that helps. Yes.
Really appreciate the board recognizing Vision Zero being a successful program, and we really appreciate the community for loving it. Which is what drives us to work harder. At the same time, I do want to point out Vision Zero as a program is a total county-wide program. So the safety priority has been implemented, in other projects, other programs outside of DES, really all the way. One of the goals of Vision Zero is to plug that safety mind into everything we do. So the PAYGO amount looks significant of last year to this year's variation, but the program as a whole is actually fairly strong, and thanks to your support. Plus, quick build is not the only way. As Sarah has pointed out, when we are in an area that's eligible for other funding, we are implementing safety-driven projects outside of the quick build funding. So I just want to point that out. And we also have done a lot of the lower hanging fruit. The next crop will take a little bit harder thinking to identify. But thank you for loving our program.
Sure. Thank you to you who are implementing it. And it's not always a thank-filled part of the work, but it is super important. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, and I still will be interested in more money, but one topic we have talked about a lot in the past, but I don't feel like we spent much time on today, is the capital bike share investments, because I know system-wide CABI is doing very, very well, and particularly as we do expand our protected bike lane network and bike infrastructure in general, we want people to be taking advantage of that. Are we doing any additional expansion of CABI in PAYGO? Is this a CIP conversation? Where does this happen?
So we don't use PAYGO at all for capital bike share. This is all TCF. We have funded expansion, replacement, and e-bikes for fiscal 2027, but the longer term vision for capital bike share would be part of the CIP conversation.
Okay, great. And then one last comment about parking and performance parking. The Park Mobile app interactive layer that showed where spaces are open is gone, and I can't find it. And I know it's still in the other separate app, ExactNav, that you can use, but the Park Mobile one, which is most helpful because that's where everyone uses it anyways. And so I just flagged that as what do we do about that? Because I noticed it a few months ago, and I've been checking and looking, and I don't know what to do. So
Who's going to fix it?
Well, we're working with Park Mobile to figure out a solution.
great. Yeah, happy to hear. I just feel like to the point of return on investment, one of the services that this provides is making sure that our residents actually have the ability to see what we also see. And that was much easier when Park Mobile had a layer that allowed me to see whether a parking space was open or not. So
Thank you.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Did you have a piece to add, Mr. Neighbors? Okay, thank you. And I wasn't saying you had to fix it yesterday. Mr. Spain.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. It'll be quick here. First, we only get this opportunity about once a year to come in, and I want to kind of lift up what our vice chair said at the beginning and really thank each and every one of you in the Department of Transportation. I'm the junior person here, and over the past 15 months from, Greg, y'all bringing me over and showing me around and to what all the work you did on the Columbia Pike Adventure, you heard about what's going on now. Really thank you for all that hard work. I just, as we think about pay, go, and initiatives that we have moving forward, I just want to ask a question, and maybe, I don't know if it's so much germane to what's going on now, but I think it is. I would like for you to do some additional work and engagement with our Disability and Commission on Aging as we think about some of these initiatives and projects. Have you had any of that over the past year with the level of intentionality to get their perspective and insight on some of these projects that we have coming on? Can you talk to that just a little bit?
Sure, I can speak to one element of that through the Arlington's Transportation Future. We have our advisory group, and the Disability Advisory Commission has one member assigned to that group, as with the other commissions. And I checked in with our team, and they're incredibly active and have been really helpful in bringing that perspective to our long-range planning. And I think through that, we've always recognized the value of every voice in our community, but the intentionality with which those comments have been brought to the transportation plan conversation has been incredibly valuable for how we think about that related to all of the elements of what the transportation plan oversees, such as curb space management, transit, et cetera. So I'll offer that as one item, obviously understanding there are ways we can connect into the future on capital projects or other items.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain, and thank you again for all the work. You have seen this board member at his most eager, Mr. Neighbors, and also, I hope you've also seen us all thank you deeply for the public service, because not everyone is perfect all the time who is advocating for their intersection. So that is just a huge thank you to the whole team, and we'll move to the next item, which is it facilities and energy management, or is it?
Next up, we're going to do facilities, which also includes energy management.
That's all right.
Okay, with this, I'm going to turn it over to Adil, who is going to go through the presentation. He's joined by everybody here at the table. So over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Mark. Hello, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Adil Chauhan. I'm the Facilities and Engineering Division Director. With me today, I have Adam Kulawe from the Facilities Management Bureau, Ryan Whitney, our planning manager from the Facilities Design and Construction Bureau, and then Stephen Burr, our energy program manager from the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Management. Next slide, please. As we developed the budget for this year, these three key priorities guided our decision-making. In the facilities management area, we're working off a large deferred maintenance list that Mark referred to a little bit in his comments as of our building portfolio as we manage them. in the meantime, facilities design and construction is focused on delivering facilities that continue to meet our users' needs so they can be successful in their missions to support the county. On the energy management side of things, we're looking at cost-effective ways to move the county's sustainability goals forward. Next slide. This map shows our fiscal year 27 project requests that Adam, Ryan, and Stephen are going to be discussing in detail. I do want to point out that the Central Library Plaza renovation project bids came in a little bit under, and so we are requesting that we reallocate the PAYGO ask for that project to the Madison Community Center project instead. So next slide. So the Facilities and Engineering Division manages 90 county-owned buildings and 5 leased facilities with a total portfolio of 3.9 million square feet. We support a large variety of buildings so all the departments across the county can meet their missions so they can develop the county's vision, deliver the county's vision. Some of these buildings and sites, such as fire stations, are critical. These include Network Operations Center, public safety functions, and as these are critical services that the government needs to provide, it is our mission to keep these buildings operating 24/7. We also support libraries, parks, human services, and transit, so they can continue to provide the services that the community expects. Our building portfolio is not only diverse in its functions, but it is also diverse in age. We have buildings that range in age from 2 years to 241 years old. Next slide. To support the various government missions, it is critical that we maintain our buildings in a state of good repair. The portfolio of buildings we have is starting to age, and the average age of our building is 45 years. As Adam is going to talk about in his slides, a lot of the systems in these buildings are past their useful life and need an investment to keep them in a state of good repair. Our building portfolio is currently valued at approximately $2.1 billion, and the maintenance that is overdue on these buildings is roughly $278 million, which is roughly equivalent to 13% of our building portfolio. While ideally we wouldn't have any deferred maintenance, a more realistic goal is to keep this number below within 5 to 10% range. Having a large deferred maintenance list can result in unexpected facility closures, leading to rush decisions, which may or may not be strategic, and emergency repairs can be more costly than planned maintenance. Next slide. Buildings, how well a building is doing is measured with what's called the Facilities Condition Index. And for this year, we overlaid our Facilities Condition Index with the county's Vulnerability Index to see how we're doing from an equity standpoint. We want to have our buildings in the green and the yellow range for the most part. And as you can see, some of the buildings we do have are starting to be in the orange and the red range. For the most of the buildings that are shown in red, the good thing is they're either vacant or we have an upcoming project to address the critical needs there. So this, next slide. This brings us to our FY27 budget proposal of approximately $4.1 million across the 3 groups. While this proposal is significantly lower than the FY26 adopted budget, we do have balances from previous years, which will allow us to continue executing projects. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam, and he's going to take us through the FMB request.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Not to sound like too much of a broken record as we go through mine, but again, what you'll see here is a summary of our FY27 Facilities Management Capital Budget request, and it is a lower request than previous years, but we are continuing to perform general facilities maintenance utilizing multiple funding sources, as well as program operational budgets based on their needs. And we also are focusing on general betterments to community services and supporting critical infrastructure. The amount funded or requested here are just some of the initial steps that we are looking to take towards addressing our total deferred maintenance and moving closer and closer to our goal of truly maintaining a state of good repair. And again, we'll go into more detail on that as we go into the 10-year CIP later this year. And next slide. So what does it all really mean when we say state of good repair? It's keeping our facilities operational, functional, safe, and reliable to prevent loss of program space and unplanned facility closure. And I say unplanned because, of course, at times we do have to close a facility to do a larger maintenance project. And what I want to draw your attention here on the right, I think as the county manager called it, was it a meteor, I think it was? Yes. So to address what that looks like in terms of the facility and the complexity of our systems, as Adil mentioned, we have approximately 3.9 million square feet in facility space. About 2.4 million is in county-owned space. A significant amount of that falls within that 30 to 39, and a little more into that 40 to 49 year range. Oh, too far. Maybe skipped it there. So anyway, moving on. So what you'll see on the handouts is that how that aligns with a lot of the facility systems that make up the operational capability of them.
And these are the pictures you're looking for in the slides.
It's slide number 9 that shows all the little diamonds for each one. So, okay, what you'll see there is how the average facility age of 45 years aligns with many different systems within the building and the end of their useful life. So as we are looking to address and keep these facilities operational, at this point in time, we have a significant number of systems that are at the end of the useful life and potentially risk failure and loss of program space. But again, we take diligent efforts to achieve the maximum capability of their useful life through diligent preventive maintenance and corrective measures. And the best analogy I like to use is like your car. You change your oil, change your air filters, rotate your tires to get it going to its maximum useful life. And as I say that, I realize as we transition to EVs, I'll have to come up with a different analogy because there's no oil changes there. So we'll come up with that next time. Anyway, so that's all being said that we do have to still perform capital improvements to maintain and maximize useful life of our facilities. So we go to slide 10, which talks about just what we have underway. Okay. So some of the noteworthy projects that we do have underway, or that we've completed. We have done some large-scale critical infrastructure improvements, including electrical system upgrades to the court's police building, where we did a comprehensive electrical recommissioning of the entire facility, as well as the antiquated switchboard replacement at Court Square West. We're also improving users' experience, as well as improving some of the energy efficiency with window replacements at Argus House. We've performed exterior repairs to the Museum of Contemporary Art, or MoCA, including roof repairs and the portico entrance, as well as a very large-scale targeted refresh at Central Library, including roof replacement, HVAC in the auditorium, as well as the historical preservation room and the restroom improvements. We're also supporting county operations with the Bosman Knock relocation, and which will also help right-size our portfolio and repurpose our existing footprint. We are also improving our energy consumption and decarbonization efforts by the completion of the HVAC electrification at Quincy 2, which we'll go into a little more later, but the long story short on that one is we have to replace the gas-fired heating RTUs with all-electric rooftop units. Going to the next slide on projects underway. Okay. We try to continue, or we manage a very active portfolio of projects, and just some of the noteworthy ones that are underway with planned completions either in the near future or not too distant includes critical system replacements such as fire alarms and generators, providing resiliency and continuity of operations, as well as safe use of a number of our facilities. We have modernized key infrastructure, including elevators, that's planned at the Courts Police Building, as well as the Head Start program, and HVAC improvements at the detention facility, ensuring that we are providing a safe and reliable space for our sheriff's staff, as well as the population that resides. And lastly, we are getting closer and closer to achieving our electrification efforts at Cultural Affairs, 3700 South 4 Mile Run, with that boiler electrification expected to be completed later this month. And we are continuing our bundled efforts at the Madison Community Center to make improvements for the community, as well as the significant energy improvements, which we'll talk about more in the next slide and was previously alluded to. So this takes us to FY27, looking forward and figuring out how do we continue to provide the critical and important infrastructure and facilities that the community relies on. So as was previously mentioned, the original budget request was $1.5 million for the Central Plaza Library repairs or Central Library Plaza repairs after it went out for construction solicitation came in under budget. So we are asking to repurpose and reallocate that funding to the Madison Community Center project, which also went out to bid and came in a little bit over budget based on the need to, or the desire to perform the additional community improvements to the lower level fitness area, as well as some additional accessibility updates. We are also requesting funds to modernize the elevator at the Residential Program Center, which will maintain reliable accessibility that provides vital services and connection with community resources for those in need. And lastly, supporting our critical system infrastructure. We are at our public safety radio sites. We are requesting funds to replace the uninterruptible power supply, or UPSs, at our public safety radio sites. And it's a rather short list this year, but again, overall, the goal is to take those initial steps in addressing the long-term or the large deferred maintenance that we have in our budget, in need for. With that, I'll now turn it over to Ryan Whitney to talk about facilities design and construction.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Whitney. Good afternoon, board chair and board members. I'm the Facilities Design and Construction Planning Manager. So Facilities Design and Construction is asking for $988,000 for a couple of programs that we have. First, I want to highlight some programs that we completed this year, starting with the Lee Community Center study. I think you're all aware about the Lee Community Center was vacated when the last arts program moved to 3700. So we've completed that study at Lee Community Center. The second project that we've done is the Oakland Street Warehouse, Phase 1. This was a precursor for the Signature Theater to expand in the back of their warehouse space. So we've completed Phase 1 of that. Phase 2 is underway. The other program I'd like to highlight again is moving and building out the studios at the Arlington Arts at 3700 4 Mile Run. This moved that art program from Lee Center and did a fairly significant renovation of that facility. Moving on, everybody's favorite topic within the staff is hoteling at Bosman. So we have completed Phase 1 of hoteling, and we have been implementing that hoteling for about 6 months. And I'll talk a little bit about Phase 2 coming up. Furthermore, we have put in a temporary trailer for water sewer streets at the Trade Center. I know this was a particular item of the board to replace the old trailer, had been there for quite some time, so we have a brand new trailer. Again, this is a temporary trailer until a permanent solution can be figured out, and that will be part of the CIP process. We have also completed the detention center study, looking at this building, about not only the building infrastructure, working with the Sheriff's Department to identify programs, not only currently and future use of the building, potentially even restacking the building, but looking again at the building infrastructure and what would needed to make sure that we can continue working with Adam and his team to make sure that building is maintained. We did some work at Ballston Garage, taking down the archway, so that work has been completed. And again, the Ballston Garage will be a topic of discussion during the CIP in the coming weeks and months. And then the last project that I'd like to highlight that we have completed is the 4th floor courtroom at the Courts Police Building, working with the judges. We have completed that courtroom, and we are underway on the design of the next set of courtrooms. So some future projects or projects that are underway are the 2700 art space. This is the art space next to 3700. This is the outdoor space that is well underway, and I believe we'll be having a ribbon cutting next month, if I'm not mistaken. We have also started construction just recently on the Quincy site access gate. This was a request from some of the neighbors where there was some idling vehicles at the Quincy site, so putting in this access gate will give us control about who can park there, listening to what the neighbors have requested. We have connected and allowed now for the solar panels and the technology for the bus charging at AOMF. This is obviously one of the last things, or the last thing to be done at that facility. So we have underway to connect that so the buses can start charging. As I mentioned before, we completed Oakland Street Warehouse Phase 1. We'll be working on Phase 2, again, to bring highlights to that building as the precursor for the Signature Theater Warehouse to do their expansion. This will allow for the police department to continue to use that facility. The Bosman consolidation, this again is dealing with hoteling, but really the catalyst for this whole, the start of the hoteling was for the Dipsum consolidation, moving from Court Square West and moving over to the 6th floor of this building. So that project will be underway very shortly. The contractor has been awarded, and they have started work this week. Furthermore, Quincy 1 Fire Logistics, we will be renovating the second phase of that building, providing the fire department with fire logistics for storage, operations, offices, and to provide logistics for the fire department throughout the county. And then the last project that I'd like to highlight is one of the very large projects that our team has been working on and will continue to work on is the expansion of the homeless shelter at Building 2020 across the plaza. This, again, was a large project for our team, looking at a building that was built in the 1960s. So we're looking at not only expanding the homeless shelter, but also doing a number of significant upgrades to the building for the building infrastructure to make sure that Adam and his team and FDNC can do the work hand in hand to make sure that we're building out the homeless shelter, but also focusing on the infrastructure of the building in general. So some of the proposed projects and why we're asking for funding is for the planning studies and the facilities condition assessments. Obviously, I think as we've talked in previous years, the facility condition assessments, as you can see from Adam's presentation, are vital so we can understand what is going on with the portfolio, the age of the buildings, what things should be prioritized. So we are asking for funds for the facility condition assessment and planning studies. As I think you've heard about and you will continue to hear about through the CIP, we're really focusing on right-sizing the portfolio and using the spaces that county already owns or leases more efficiently and increasing that utilization. And then the other item would be the facility finishes. As you can see from some of the pictures, we have some furniture and other items which propose a risk that we are seeking funds to fix. So with that, I will hand it over to Stephen Burr.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Good afternoon, board chair and board members. I'm Steve Burr on the Arlington Initiative Rethink Energy, the AIR team, and the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Management. This slide shows the FY26 adopted and FY27 energy management pay-go request. An important element of this is to note that FY27 requests were focused on leveraging opportunities to minimize pay-go requests while still keeping the same amount of energy and climate project outcomes. This was completed through innovative financing models such as leaning into solar purchase power agreements or PPAs for on-site solar and the implementation work for remaining federal grants for public EV charging installations. On the next slide, it shows the proposed budget for the PAYGO energy management projects in FY27. The request is for $740,000 from a variety of funding sources. The energy management programs focus on a few guiding principles, including approaching energy and carbon performance in a data-driven process to identify cost-effective measures for county facilities, and also aiming to have programs that can benefit the community GHG emission reductions that have a multiplier effect. A few quick examples of this is elevating the GHG savings per dollar invested metrics in county facilities as we target measures that have high GHG savings impacts relative to investments. And also expanding the public charging using smaller investments by the county that can be coupled with remaining federal funding that can yield larger community action to support the community energy plan goals. On the next slide, this shows the public accessible EV chargers that are currently installed at county facilities, as well as the next 4 priority facilities that are planned for installations in the green. And again, this is through a regional grant through the MWCOG. The additional FY27 includes sites are Barcroft Garage, Walter Reed Community Center, and Bluemont Park. The FY27 PAYGO request is a matching funds for the CFI grant, where the federal government through the Metro Washington COG will provide 80% of the funding for EV installation, planning, design, and construction funding. These sites also support ongoing efforts for the county to lead by example with installing publicly accessible EV chargers, as well as advancing several goals for private EV adoption, all with the goal to impact community-wide GHG reductions. The additional 4 sites will now have the county's EV charger port go from the current 51 ports to 67, spanning 13 sites from the current 9. These 4 sites are anticipated to be the last near-term locations for EV charging at county sites as we shift focus to other EV charging models and priorities. The county is actively working on other EV charging aspects, including removing zoning barriers to promote private investment through a variety of means, through the EV zoning ordinance that I noted, as well as potential for the EV chargers in the right-of-way through a pilot program, noting that there's a lot of competition for the right-of-way space. The right-of-way work may take on a variety of models, including public-private partnerships in strategic areas where there's high concentrations of multifamily, but limited parking and constraints with current parking garages. On the next slide, this is a deeper dive into the current publicly accessible EV chargers that the county has developed over the last several budget cycles. The bar chart shows the available chargers for the community and how there's been year-over-year increase in number of stations, plus the use of those stations. A few metrics that the county tracks through this EV charging for the EV public chargers are available on a public dashboard on our website, and the data shows there's been over 40,000 charging sessions at the end of calendar year 25, with close to 600,000 kilowatt hours of electricity provided. One other key metric to highlight is the utilization rate over a 24-hour period, or basically how often people are actively charging at those stations. I'm happy to report that the county's average utilization rate for calendar year 25 was 16%, exceeding national benchmarks we were able to see usually in the range of 12 to 15%, indicating that the county's investments are being utilized by the community. On the next slide is another area, energy management PAYGO request, and this is related to on-site solar at county facilities. The graph shows the increasing solar that are installed or planned. The county has shifted its focus towards power purchase agreements, or PPAs, where an implementation partner provides the capital costs for these installations, and the county pays for the system through the electricity produced through the utility bills, offsetting the grid electricity cost. This model is beneficial to both reduce upfront costs for the county, as well as the ongoing maintenance and operations of those systems. We recently completed the installation at Lower Run in September of 25, and we're excited that the board adopted for other installations, Quincy 1, Quincy 3, Central Library and Equipment Bureau at your March meeting. The funding request for FY27 is to support solar-ready upgrades that may be needed to address at these sites outside of the PPA scope that will be identified potentially through the upcoming detailed design process, as well as provide additional analysis for PPA at future county sites. The next slide provides an overview of the facility's decarbonization efforts, where we are seeking to retrofit existing natural gas HVAC equipment with electric options as the equipment reaches the end of its useful life. The chart is to fulfill the board's guidance from the FY23 PAYGO budget to transition electric equipment for existing facilities. The county approaches electrification through an analytical process where there are several aspects to be evaluated, including each facility's unique characteristics, what electrified HVAC technologies could support the facility needs, impacts coordinated with Dominion if additional electrical capacity is needed, impacts on the programs using the facilities and any potential interruptions for closures during the upgrade time, as well as forecasted utility bills going forward. Upfront capital costs of these systems are assessed with the incremental cost and benefits through the dollar per GHG metrics, as well as payback periods for each application. Operation and maintenance costs are quantified when data is available, along with utility cost, which unfortunately we're facing some large near-term increases for those costs. We're also monitoring recent major shifts and changing electrical grid dynamics with the increased grid load and demand, as well as generation crunch and supply constraints, as well as the Virginia Clean Economy Act, all for informing the life cycle GHG impacts of these measures. Several of these projects in the chart are nearing completion, and the FY27 PAYGO request is to complete a thorough evaluation, measurement, and verification, or EM&V process for these facilities to learn more about how the actual systems, about how the actual system performance, and to compare back to our forecasted modeling for these upgrades. We're planning for this analysis to compare how different technologies such as a variable refrigerant flow, or VRF, at Madison, which had more complex design needs and higher upfront cost, but is forecasted to have reduced operational cost. Comparing that with something like an electric resistant boiler that is being installed at the Cultural Affairs Building that has reduced capital cost, but also some potential premiums on the utility electric bill. Another technology at the Quincy 2 building, where the building has operated with a new RTU that was installed a few months ago. And preliminarily, the data through the recent colder than average winter has shown that there's been an overall energy use, but the utility bills have stayed constant with the higher electricity unit costs. The proposed EM&V work will help the county further refine its process when evaluating electrification technologies and help communicate both the costs and benefits. This information is also vital to inform the future planning process and how and to better understand how technologies are installed and how technologies evolve over the future. On the next slide, this slide shows the proposed FY27 PAYGO projects for energy managed at the top, as well as the FY27 proposed climate action fund allocations at the bottom for the climate action fund within the current budgeting process. The remaining CAF balance is about $1.5 million. On the next slide are 3 project proposals to be for consideration for allocation of that $1.5 million in the Climate Action Fund. I'll spend a few minutes diving into those because of just the connection between the ongoing PAYGO work and then the Climate Action Fund and how those relate. So on this slide, there are these community-facing pilot projects are designed to be transformative and drive GHG reductions within the largest community GHG subsectors that are identified in the recent calendar year 2023 greenhouse gas inventory. These programs will expand and support current county programs and have timelines over the next few fiscal years for full implementation. The first project is an existing buildings pilot program for about 8 to 12 existing multifamily and commercial buildings. And this is to receive energy and carbon reduction support through energy benchmarking, an energy audit, and customized support to help reduce energy and the associated greenhouse gas emissions. This program will also seek to connect to the county's current CPACE program and any existing or future incentives to help amplify implementation. The estimated budget for this program is $190,000 to $250,000 and is designed to be scalable for potential future phases. In the center is another pilot program for residential home assessments to help homeowners make informed decisions about energy upgrades in their homes through energy assessments. This program is envisioned to provide support for residents to get customized information about their energy efficiency and electrification options, and aligns and supports the county's updated residential program, which we're excited to be launching over the next few months. We are also mindful to balance program design for program impact with targeted means testing to ensure that funding is driving climate actions that would have not occurred without the program. Addressing means testing, program eligibility, and reducing free ridership will be incorporated into the program design. The estimated budget for this program is between $75,000 and $125,000. And then lastly is another round of e-bike vouchers being proposed. In the fall, the county successfully completed a pilot program of the EV vouchers utilizing a grant and had a tremendous response from the community. We received over 10 times the applications for the available budget for the program. The program also offered enhanced vouchers for income qualified residents that provided additional funding, allowing access to the program for all income levels. The Arlington Foundation also provided financial support to EcoAction, which helped us implement the program for enhanced voucher recipients to receive ongoing maintenance for their e-bikes. Participating bike shops in the program also benefited from increased year-over-year sales from the program. The estimated program budget is $120,000 to $240,000, and like the first round, the program will include an enhanced voucher component. While there are some important program design considerations, these program proposals represent a suite of climate programming that can have a direct impact on the community's GHG emissions in the biggest subsectors and are designed to augment the current county programs to accelerate climate action. With that, I'll turn it back over to Adil to finish the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. To close out the presentation, we are facing some significant budget challenges due to several factors, such as supply chain issues that Kyle talked about and significant inflation. Our focus is on delivering ongoing projects within budget and schedule. We're prioritizing state of good repair projects that will allow the departments to deliver on their missions to support the county. Our strategy includes right-sizing the county's building portfolio to meet the user's need and continue our investments, cost-effective energy investments that will also advance the county's sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you each for the presentation. Quite a lot of material for us to seek to dig in and dig through. Colleagues, if you have questions, Ms. Cunningham.
I would like to ask how much we are saving through the electrification. So over the years as we've electrified buildings, what's the total carbon saving? What the dollar saving? Is there a maintenance reduction as well? It's the first part of my question. The second part is, I think earlier in the budget work sessions, we talked about electricity costs were going up, but not clear yet by how much. And I wonder if we know the answer to that yet and how that changes the return on investment for electrification.
Just, Ms. Cunningham, just because I want to understand the first part of your question, there's general electrification and then there's our solar farm. Do you mean both?
I mean the buildings, because we're
Just the
talking about the buildings right now. But
Sure. I just wanted
the
to-
other is interesting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can jump into the, so I think for the first part is, yeah, we've been looking at measure by measure on sort of what those savings are. And then I think that FY27 EM&V workers are really taking to have a hard standardized look at that, particularly as now we have equipment that is installed and we can have sort of compare that pre-installation to post-installation and really see those and also verify some of the assumptions that we had going in on sort of savings and cost. And so I think that we're really looking to, as we get more projects and more projects implemented, to really collect and sort of share that data on sort of, particularly for buildings and facilities to really help both see what, the investments that are made and also for planning in the future. And then for the second piece about electricity cost, and so the county gets its electricity through the VEPCA contract, and the negotiations are ongoing with Dominion. And so I think there was a estimate provided in the range of 32% increase to electricity, pending those negotiation process that is still unfortunately ongoing.
And will that be enough of a shift to change some of our, payback periods and potentially invite us to invest more in the electrification?
I think potentially there's that, and then also seeing what's happening on the natural gas side as well. There is, the county does have a natural gas supply contract and has a 36-month term that we are about 10 months into, and so that helps with a bit of stability. Washington Gas also currently has a rate case for their, that's at the State Corporation Commission for their distribution charges, and is seeking an increase, so there could be some additional cost on the natural gas side as well. So we're really tracking this as best as we can and trying to sort of document the assumptions that we're going in, given all of the changing costs to in the energy markets.
Great, thank you.
I think you also may have asked about the actual ongoing operation and maintenance of the equipment. So because of the timeline on the projects, the first one that's actually truly come online is Quincy 2. So we are still trying to figure that out, but we are projecting that there will be some savings because a lot of this equipment does have either less moving components or ones that don't just operate differently. However, what I will also counter is, depending on which technology, some of them do operate more year-round. So the VRF and heat pump systems that provide heat throughout the winter will be operating on a full-year basis versus where they would typically scale back during the wintertime and only work during the summer. So there's more that we'll learn as we convert more and more of these facilities over, but we are projecting in some areas some potential maintenance savings.
Great, thank you.
So I just want to see if I heard correctly. At some point, you also asked eventually about if we're able to get to dollar savings, and I think you sort of said, Mr. Burr, that it will take more time, and did I hear correctly? If so, at some point after the budget in the process, some effort at a dollar amount might be of interest? Did I listen correctly? I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of the EM&V protocols that we're looking at really has sort of comparing the sort of 12 months of data, performance data before the installation, and then 12 months of performance data after. And so there is a little bit of lag after the installation. That's sort of the gold standard for EM&V work for energy efficiency projects. There is some work that we're doing, like my colleague Adam mentioned about like the installation at Quincy 2 and we looked at sort of through the heating month with that. So yeah, so we are sort of ongoing as that, as well as trying to get that more larger sort of picture through the EM&V work.
Great. The two of you have done some science. I've done less science. So the sort of dumb lawyer big picture is within, for me at least, and coach me if this is not right, sometime after the budget in the next 2 to 5 months, if there were an email that might sort of describe the dollar range of savings or where you are, that would help me a lot, if that big picture. Is that within the realm of the possible? Or is it, or could you do a table or something like that after the budget, just so I understand?
Yeah, I think we can certainly provide that and also share. Yeah.
Great. And then on the second question, Mr. Schwartz, and to Ms. Cunningham, there is an estimate. And since the negotiations are ongoing, I'll leave it to Mr. Schwartz whether he wants to follow up or share that estimate now. I don't think there's a state secret as to it, but I would leave the discretion to you on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've shared a number with you, Mr. DeFerranti, and that number came straight from Steve Burr. So, on the current status of the negotiations. So, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem sharing. The reason I was coy a little bit is that if it's negotiation sensitive, I'd rather you guys know and not them. So, thank you, Mr. Burr, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I hope that helps. And so onward, I see Mr. Spain's light. And then,
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you what, slides 5 through 10 are very telling for me, and I really appreciate if we go to slide 5, what you're able to do this year up against the vulnerability index. It's a really tell-all, right, with our facilities. But would you state that the majority of our facilities here, at least the conditions, do they fall within the good realm or excellent? Because the way I'm reading this is that we have high risk associated with not continuous investment, and we perhaps risk paying more later on down the road in some of these facilities, given their age. But overall, where you say we at? Good, excellent?
No, I wish.
Oh,
we
you're
were-
laughing, okay.
Yeah, you can see that on the
Yeah.
map. It's a little bit difficult to see the dots.
It is, yeah.
But there are starting to be a significant number of, dots that are in the poor to deficient state, state. So we do need a little bit of and Mark alluded to this, there's a meteor coming, and we need to make an investment in our facilities.
Yeah, and I think for the last question I have, I think this is going to be slide 14, made reference to, I think this is down at the trailer, the temporary piece down there, and this may come up in our CIP, and I know Greg is not at the table. There's an additional project, I think, that we may be thinking about down the road outside of the trailer, which I'm very appreciative of. For the public, can we talk a little bit about what that project is and what it may look like? I know it's early in the stage.
We have a couple of options that we want to discuss with Mark before we share those.
Okay, yes, it's been a while.
Yes.
Good.
But we are planning on addressing it. So we do have some projects that we're proposing in the CIP.
We'll leave it at that for now.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
well, Mr. Spain, and I'll ask maybe if the ears of God can talk to David, and the two of you can flag for a 2x2 that conversation, because I appreciate having recently brainstormed in a public setting and realized the limitations of that. I appreciate your discretion, but I also do want to follow up so that we at least get that on the table and not knowing exactly what it is. But thank you, Mr. Spain. Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the slides on the Climate Action Fund and just make sure that I am understanding how all these pieces fit together. In particular, the 1.5 million unallocated, that means of the two slides, 23 and 24, all the different things put on there, those programs are not included in the 1.5. The 1.5 is above and beyond the programs that are listed on these two slides.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that's great. Great to know, because we're already.
Sorry, I believe the, yeah.
The next slide is what could be
What
allocated.
could be, okay.
Yeah.
That is, yes, okay, that is very, I was going to be very impressed at how much we were doing with 1.5 million on top of that. So that's helpful. And I think this has been a topic of interest for all of us in our environmental groups and C2E2 around what do we do. And so I think I am, especially the building pilot program, I'm super interested in kind of understanding 190 to 250 doesn't seem like, frankly, all that much money in the grand scheme of buildings and facilities. And so can you give a little bit more, especially for predicting 8 to 12 buildings at that budget, a little more detail?
Yeah, certainly I can. And so I think that was, the dollar value was scoped around a couple different support items. One was to help with energy benchmarking, sort of that adage, you can't manage what you can't measure. And so that would be the first step. The second piece would be a sort of level 1 energy audit to help see where there are opportunities, and then some support, probably through a contractor to help just to provide what those opportunities are, and then connect with the CPACE program, as well as incentive programs, whether it's a utility incentive, whether there's programs through RGGI potentially in the future. And so it's really trying to help at that sort of front end, understand your situation, understand your energy use, and then set up for those implementation in the future.
Right, but not funding the
Yeah,
implement.
exactly. This is not funding like any implementation, just that help support to gather information and also build awareness for the building managers and owners.
Great, that's very helpful for clarity. And then on the e-bike voucher program, do you have data easily available on how many apps we received in the first round and how many vouchers were given? And then are people, if we did pursue this, would we include the people who previously applied in this second round, or would we make everyone reapply?
That's a great question, and we haven't thought about that program detail. If we just reopen it to folks who have applied before, or we had roughly 2,500 applications. We had 244 e-bike vouchers to provide, and so 177 of those were the standard voucher, and then 67 were the enhanced vouchers with an additional voucher for the lock, so they could lock their, so folks could lock their e-bikes.
Yeah.
So.
Great, okay. And then I think we'll have more to consider and probably guidance around this topic. So
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. It's also the case that we have this interplay between your presentation and the Climate Office, which is a little later today, and Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you. A lot packed in this. I want to ask you one thing. So on the EV charging program, so this is a very successful program. What I don't know is whether we have an idea right now that we know how the uptake is, which is higher than the average. 16% is a high uptake. Is whether given the cost per EV charging station, it's around $11,000 for a new one, if I understand it correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whether we begin to have an idea of how is our cost, are we covering costs? Does it look financially reasonable? And we're offering that at a relatively low per kilowatt. We said cost covering. So are we in the right place with that?
Yeah, so I think that it is in relation to the EV rate ordinance that we charge, and we included. We didn't include capital cost in that. Sort of the thought behind that proposal was to keep the rate a little bit lower so folks could use it, and so that was indexed to the VEPCO rate. So as electricity rates go up, But as far as capital costs for recovering that was included, but certainly.
But now the system begins to age as well. So the first ones are, 3-4 years old. So they will require some maintenance at some point. So I just encourage you to begin to think about this, because I think it's an important cost factor. The fact that we could expand the system and offer everybody, I made a very simple division, and I saw that the average charge is about 14 kilowatt hours, which is amazingly well distributed, I have to say. So I begin to think about this as a system, as a proposal, and I just want to encourage you to think about the financial viability of this as we go. I know that we can adjust the rate at any time because it's an ordinance thing. Since we're talking about pay-go here and we want to pay. Now, second question is $190,000 is for the next 18 or 16, charging stations. Walter Reed, Barcroft, and I forget where the other one is. This is pay-go money, right? Right. Didn't we have also a grant for this?
Yes, so that's the county match for the grant. The total project is
okay,
about
good.
$500,000 with sort of the planning work and installation, and so that's for the portion of the county match to leverage the 80%.
That 1-to-1 match?
It's an 80% federal match, 20% county match.
So that's an important part. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Absolutely.
So it's even more expensive to actually.
It is, yeah. Depending on the site and if there's.
Well, I understand the parameters, but it's a significant capital that we are managing there. It's a good thing that we have it, but we have to maintain it. So thank you. I yield. I mean, there are many other things that we will be.
Sure. I know you have deep interest in this area. Thank you, Mr. Garantonis. I will just touch on a few things. Reiterating, thank you very much for following the science and not putting the 1.2 million into Lubber Run. At least, if I had been wrong and it should have been done, I would have had to get a glass of wine for Miss Garvey. Or whatever is appropriate. But I also had some skepticism that and so given what you said about the 2 weeks versus 3 days of, we all want to go faster, but we don't want to not spend money strategically. So as much as we want to do Climate Action Fund, we still have to think thoughtfully. Flagging again, the Residential Program Center elevator, I'm thrilled about that, but there's facility questions at the place as a whole that's on my mind. Thank you for your description of the Homeless Services Center. There are big questions of sewer and the structure that I don't need to have. I'm not a subject matter expert, but I do want to find a way to make sure that the stakeholders in the place learn more science and also get their input. So there's a melding of the users and the science, or the engineering, what is all there. I'm not best friends with the Senate Majority Leader, but every time he charges his car without having to pay for it, he lets me know via text message. And so while I'm not because he's a lawyer and he comes to the courthouse, and so just saying that out loud, that unless it's a policy for underneath, we don't have we're not doing free charging. So he thinks that the software in the system is not always up to date. And so I'll just say that out loud. I could be totally wrong.
Who are you referring to?
Mr. Serval.
Maybe we take this offline.
Oh, sorry, okay.
And it's not a crisis. But he does text me.
None of us followed what that.
I get a text message all the time that says, I'm charging my car, but I'm not having to pay, and you guys should collect. And so that is a question.
I will look into that. Thank you. Yes.
It's because it's all charged on my account.
He has a Caratonis account. Excellent. Okay.
I don't think there's.
Forget that I have to pay for parking too. So.
And sorry to be elliptical. There's no political risk in me saying this out loud. He would not have a challenge. The 75 to 125,000 that is residential, is that for outreach pilot? Are we talking video, or is that like, just so I understand a little tactically what's underneath it?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that is a outreach as well as a discount on the energy audit. So the thought is that, that the homeowner would, pay a portion and then the county would pick up a portion for that. So
Great.
Yep.
Huge thank you to the technical expertise, and certainly on Lecky Gardens, we had a chance to engage. Thank you to everyone. I do not know if there are additional lights. I think we are ready to move on. Thank you, colleagues, thank you, colleagues, for your patience. And each of the four of you, it strikes me that you're individually carrying a huge amount of trust from the community as a whole and a huge bucket of work. You probably don't hear when everything goes smoothly. If there's a challenge or concern, you hear all about it. And so we just ought to reiterate the thanks from our community and our county board.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Public Safety Capital, and Jeff Bergen, who is our resident expert on that, is resident in New York State, so he will be beaming in virtually from a Waffle House. No, actually, I got that confused with a federal official. I apologize.
Well, thank you. And
You could have these in the Waffle House.
thank you as well. We have quite a few of our public safety leadership that's here.
Right, and they'll be available, and they're going to come up here in the front row and be joined by Grace, who's sitting in the last row, who I'm not going to let get away with that. Mr. Bergen, are you available?
Yes, I am. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman DeFerranti and members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Bergen, and I am the financial officer for the Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management. It's my pleasure to represent public safety today and to present our FY27 capital projects on behalf of the public safety chiefs who are here in attendance, as well as the phenomenal staff and subject matter experts from across public safety who can answer any of the questions that you have today. I will do my best to answer as well, but I love that they're here to answer if you have any questions. I'd also like to thank the county manager, DMF, and all the staff who assisted us in putting together this presentation and during the capital process. Next slide. So Public Safety Capital is a unique group in that we work together across our departments and our projects, and they cut across all of our agencies and reflect our common business areas. I believe we're one of the only groups in the region that does this and has a governance board and a public safety information technology group that can kind of pull all these together. These projects differ from our operating budget in that these are items that can be longer lasting, higher cost for replacement, and more difficult to be sustained than in our operating budget. So within each of these areas, we have a multitude of projects, which we will cover in our 10-year CIP in a few months. That can include our backroom systems, such as the 911 phone system, the live scan technology for sheriff, and computer-aided dispatch system, as well as deployable assets to our first responders, such as defibrillators, breathing apparatus, and first responder shields for police. We have subject matter experts across all these areas, and we have public safety IT, which is something I do not think anyone else in the region has, as we mentioned, who provide phenomenal expertise, project management, implementation, and recommendations to this group. And this combination allows us to prioritize our projects as a group and balance the blend of life safety projects as well as good refreshment. Next slide. In addition to the unique internal roles that we have the benefit of being able to collaborate regionally as well. We've always kind of brought this slide up and talked to it as a hallmark of what we do, but the region has very strong interjurisdictional working groups, both at COG and in other working groups that we have. This allows our leadership to talk through what is next in terms of technological solutions, security, interoperable performance. The information from these groups comes back to the Public Safety Governance Board and working groups and helps drive the recommendations we make on projects, project timelines, as well as affordability. It helps, as we mentioned earlier, when we have constrained budgets that we can kind of reprioritize and look at what the region is looking at as a whole. In addition to these working groups, we have the regional benefit of COG procurement. So it's something that we always like to highly tout, whether it is negotiated rates on behalf of the whole region or a list of negotiated contracts available to the region. It has been critical to allow for our projects to get off the ground, get quicker to solutions for multiple jurisdictions. We have many examples over the years of this collaboration, but a recent one has been our partnership with the City of Alexandria on Next Generation 911. We're able to not only negotiate rates as an entity, but to design our systems and solutions to provide redundancy. So this is critical for our public safety agencies, where, as we know, emergencies do not know jurisdictional borders. Next slide. So this is one of our favorite ones we always like to talk about, moving from planning to the operational. And this picture really shows our systems that work together. And I think this really gets to the heart of what public safety capital is all about. Over the last few weeks, you've heard from multiple agencies during their budget work sessions, talking about the work they do, from fielding 911 calls to dispatching response agents to the field, to handling calls in the detention center. You've heard us talk about safety and security of first responders and the challenges and successes each one of those face doing their job. This is a reminder that the capital portion of our budget really is the investment in those critical tools and systems to help each one of those individuals perform their duties. It's the continuity of these systems that's our main mission, but as you can see, it's not just one system or one asset, but the interconnectedness of these systems that make it so critical. We can't talk about the benefit of replacing, say, thermal imaging cameras up here as a standalone item when it is a response element in the field that our officers use while riding on their fire vehicle apparatus or communicating on their radios. When we talk about the challenges in staffing, sometimes in 911 call centers, it's not just the callers for the community, but also for the officers being dispatched in the field and ensuring the radio and the radio systems are sending accurate and timely information to first responders. This slide also gives us a moment to pause and give thanks, because over the years, our proposals for refreshment of these core systems has always been supported and prioritized, even when we do have constrained resources. And it has allowed the agencies to focus their attention on other matters, knowing that these critical systems are always been made a core part of the capital improvement plan, and you'll see these in the 10-year CIP that we bring forward. And we always have to thank our DMF partners for truly understanding that mission and working with us and prioritizing these proposals. Next slide. And one of the things we always try to do, and we do highlight our PSIT group in helping us do this, is when we are proposing our projects, as you can see, kind of comparing FY26 to FY27, we're always looking for that consistent investment in projects. You may have some years that are larger than the others, but we try not to have wild swings of high budget years and low budget years. We're really trying to maintain a consistent investment approach where we can prioritize our projects and manage the implementation. I'm trying to channel our PSIT staff will always say, can you get it done this year? And that's really something we always try to make sure that we're really focusing on the projects that we can implement on time and on budget and have a benefit to our first responders. Next slide. So in looking at our projects for FY27, these are the list of the projects that we will be investing in or proposing here today. Our first one up, and the largest one of the group, is our fire vehicle apparatus. Kyle spoke about this in the beginning, talking about that funding coming from auto funds and things like that. This is a purchase for 6 pumpers. It is a part of the fire department's purchase and buyback program for their pumper, ladder, tower, and rescue vehicles. There's over 20 vehicles in the program, and they're replaced about every 8 years, ensuring we have a well-maintained and efficient apparatus system. It's also so we can maximize our buyback potential. We also have a few projects coming up for the police department. The first one we have is our mobile data computers. What we'll be doing in 27 is extending the warranty out on those devices. So these are things that are used in the field by first responders. And we're extending the warranty to ensure that they're operable for another year so we can kind of evaluate the financial landscape in FY28. So when we come forward with the 10-year CIP, we'll be looking at kind of a different replacement cycle, pushing those out to the FY28 and trying to replace those mobile data computers then. And that's another benefit of being able to look at this refreshment cycle and ensuring that we have some of that wiggle room in our implementation years so that we can do things like buy extra years of warranty to ensure these are operable for our first responders. We also have some response equipment as well, as you see with ballistic shields for the police department, a replacement of those items coming up at FY27, and then up again for replacement in the 10-year CIP. Next slide. And lastly, when we're looking at our future budget considerations, our biggest focus will be the continuous investment in the core technology for public safety, whether that be from critical equipment, critical response equipment, core systems, or those critical applications. We will continue to ensure that these projects are regionally focused, that they meet the interoperability and security standards and meet the needs of our first responders. But in addition to this, we also face the same challenge as everyone else has said today too, which is funding and increased costs becoming an issue. We also still will replace hardware, but we are seeing a growing shift from hardware costs to software costs and cloud hosting, with moving some items from capital to operating, which is something we're keeping an eye on in the future, and something, again, that our public safety IT team will continue to research as we put together our 10-year CIP. So that is all of our presentation for FY27, and yield my time if anyone has any questions on our projects.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen, for joining us and for summarizing succinctly. Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you. I'll pick up where you left there on software as a service. I think when we think about other technology investments, it's easier to think about which things are moving to that model versus public safety does seem much more concrete. And so can you give us an idea of which types of things are moving towards software as a service in the public safety sector?
Sure. So we've just undergone one of those transitions with our computer-aided dispatch. As a matter of fact, cloud-based software as a service platform, as well as the towing management software that we've implemented. What that is allowing us to do is sort of break down the barrier when it comes to our continuity programs and partner more frequently with some of our neighbors. So Alexandria, for example, a number of years ago, we entered into the shared 911 call taking system. There's still a lot of physical assets in that, essentially little black boxes that go between us. With the CAD program now, that is allowing us to be cloud-based and move to subscription-based services for some of those things. We still have records management, for example, within the police department and fire department that are more locally hosted. But as those begin to reach their end of life in the next few years, we are likely going to be moving to alternative models of providing those services as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Mr. Spain, did you have your light or no? Yeah. Okay, then I can. And
Anyone else does? Okay. Well, I saw the chair.
If you're ready,
Sure.
go for it.
I just want to go to slide 6. For these funded projects. So I can understand a little bit about the $400,000 being spent on mobile data computers and what you stated. That is basically for a warranty, right? The ballistic shields at $475,000. This is for, I guess, the lifespan of the current inventory has come to an end?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
The current inventory, we have 50 plus ballistic shields have reached the end of the manufacturer's rated lifespan. And as a result, we have to remove those from service.
So we have 50.
I think this is for 50 or so. Yeah.
Okay, good. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair, for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. On on the e-summons system. So I understand the benefits of that, but is there any idea of what we want to save on the other side? Because e-summons makes it easier to process these. They go, everything is more efficient, I guess. So when we say that we have to spend something, is there any narrative that tells us what we are saving at the same time? I know that the Virginia State Police has been implementing that since, I don't know, pre-pandemic, actually, if I remember correctly, and a strong, I mean, those who were advocating for this were saying, well, you know, we will see savings on the other side. So one of the ideas of doing what Vice Chair Coffey mentioned, like, transitioning into service, software, etc., it is always argued for, among other things, with savings and efficiencies in the administrative part.
So I'll start this, and then I'll let the chief put in some of their. The best way that I can say this is, it has been my experience overwhelmingly that while we find efficiencies, those efficiencies are quickly subsumed by the additional workload that the public safety teams are going through. So I'll give you an example. While e-summons may reduce the amount of paperwork that an officer has to do and the follow-up, and it may speed the process by which individuals in the criminal legal system, are moved through by having those electronic records transferred between between the court system and district attorney, et cetera. If you'll notice and remember back, the corresponding calls for service increase, the corresponding citation increase, and increase in the number of hours that our officers are spending doing some of those things. The time that we save quickly goes to them doing more.
So the only thing I would really add to that is, in the old paper format of traffic summons, the officer wrote it all out, and Aaron's already explained the time saving there, but we used to have somebody in our records section hand type all of that information into the records management system from every summons. So there's substantial time savings, and it's as much as you scan a driver's license, it populates. So there's no real mistakes that happen, and it saves both on the front end and the back end having the electronic system. And there is a fee that's charged for every ticket that is issued. I think it's $5. And that started in 2015-ish, I think. Yeah, which is set by the state.
That's good to know. Sorry, Mr. Karantonis, but I was wondering if we could charge more to cover more of the cost.
So,
try not to violate state law.
So in general, what I'm after here is to understand, if there are efficiencies, so I hear not so much, which is a problem. I understand, I'm not saying how many hours we are not, if we say we are not going to spend that many hours in paperwork, so I would like to see where we are going to invest them, right? So if this is now a trend and we are going to see more movement towards there, we need to have this conversation. That's just for starters. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think, the thing about it is the advent of technology and the additional administrative functions that we expect of our line officers have grown as these things have gone. And I'll use an example. Body cameras and in-car video cameras are a great example. While a number of those processes are automatic, there still is the officers still have to tag some of those cameras to incidents and make sure that some of those files, so the time that we sort of saved in doing this, well, we've replaced that with another task that our patrol officers or supervisor or sheriff's deputies then have to go do, because that's just another piece that we've added to their workload, if that makes sense.
Right, but in the e-summons case, this was a system that was completely manual and paper-based, and now this is exactly the same system that is electronic. So I would expect some savings there. And so, right, it's not like we added a lot because now it's easier to do, right? And I understand that this exists, and the example that you brought is very important, right? The body-worn cameras program. But I want to see what we're gaining from this movement.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Cunningham, my only question is right on that $222,000. And thank you, Mr. Spain, as well. I see you want to have an additional question. There's been a variability. I assume that other sources is actually ongoing general fund? Yeah. So there's been a little variability in the amount needed there, and in the last few years, fiscally 100,000 in 26, 25. Is there a reason that jumped up a little bit, or that you're aware of? Is there any way to save a little bit of ongoing money?
This is actually to cover the system maintenance and to replace some of the printers that are in the vehicles. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
Grace, come on up. Grace.
Sorry.
Here.
The reason it jumps up is because of the replacement cycles for the printers in the cars, yes.
Sorry, that's all that was Nikki, yes. So basically, it's the printers, we have to replace them every couple of years.
Thank you, Grace, and Voice of God coming in there. I guess what I would say, someday help me with having, rural Texas Fire Department. Just help me a little, keep helping me along. I don't want, we have the best of the best equipment. And I'm not saying I don't want that for our people, but I also, I always want a new technology. And so that balance with the ballistic shields, safety, yes. It's just, we sell our pumper and to other places and they use it. And how do you keep helping me along that? Can you say anything?
Let me give you an example, right? Mobile data terminals is a great example. A lot of times, the equipment that we buy is driven by a number of external factors. MDTs is the perfect example. In order to have a mobile data terminal that accesses the Virginia Criminal Information Network, the state police sets a set of standards by which those mobile data terminals must adhere to. Well, the Commonwealth is not as progressive as some other places, and so the devices that they choose and that the state police typically require are your very traditional, old school mobile data terminals that come from Panasonic, for example, as a vendor, and are ruggedized at this and that, and they're made for a time when physical storage on a device and hardware security was the most important thing. And we're not allowed to use anything else, even though we have talked about using iPads. We've talked about using Microsoft products. We've talked about, we can't. And so we have to spend $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 per MDT. And we have been pushing the state police on this one thing for years to be able to show them that we as a system have the same type of encryption, the same type of hardware security, the same type of standards that you need. We just do it a little bit differently, and we can do it just the same, just as well, just as safe and secure, and they don't believe us. So
great, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
And it's a great point, and we can add it to our ever-growing list of unfunded mandates and legislative agenda. That's silly. It's just plain silly. My question was going to be on the ballistic shields very briefly. I think we had a request from the sheriff for a similar expense. Can you share why one hits capital and the other maybe doesn't, or how that gets done?
might be different. I don't, Chief Deputy.
It's maybe, I don't know, ballistic shield, something you hold versus vest?
But yes, it's probably ballistic vest. That's probably what it is. So the,
is one capitalized and one's not?
yes, long story, obviously lifespan of the equipment, as well as what the particular use is, right? The ballistic vest is a ballistic and stab resistant vest for officers and deputies, and is, sort of a uniform thing. Everybody
All right, I learned two things today. One is that our oldest building is 221 years.
Glad
And two is that shields and vests are different. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
Yes, I think I will go back. We keep talking about these ballistic shields. So that's around, if you have 50, that's around $9,500 a piece. There's something the chair brought up earlier. When we're done with our shields, someone else purchases them?
We are legally not allowed to resell those because they're out of NIJ compliance.
NIJ compliance. And
That
so
is
we
correct.
have to be in NIJ compliance.
That is
in order
correct.
to be an operational vet. Okay.
That is correct. So the same as the Kevlar vests, they have a certain lifespan or same thing, and we then are legally within this country not allowed to use them. However, fire bunker gear as an example. While it may not be NFPA standards, what we were able to do was export a significant amount of our old bunker gear to Ukraine, as a matter of fact. And so we donated several truckloads. I want to say it ended up being in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 sets of gear. So that is allowable. We did, of course, have to get some certain allowances from the federal government to do that. But those are sorts of things that we do look to do so that they just don't otherwise end up somewhere.
At some point in time, can you give me the lifespan on each one of these shields?
Yeah, sure.
That's all. Thanks. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. We'll move. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Thank you for helping us from afar, Mr. Bergen. And we will move on to the next. Thanks to the public safety folks. You're welcome to stay, but you do not have to.
Now,
I think we're on to the next.
what used to be the end of our discourse was Jason Freese coming.
Yeah.
And talking about Metro and debt, but we'll have a couple more. But I'm going to welcome the new father, Jason Freese.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think pictures is a relevant question, but maybe that's for after. Sorry.
I can share after.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Jason Freese, the Department of Management and Finance. So I'll go through the last two, correct? First, we'll talk about debt service real quickly, and then we'll move on to Metro. Debt service, highlight here is that in FY 2026, debt service budget for the general fund was about $88.2 million. Right now, we have a 27 proposed budget going up slightly, about $1.7 million to $89.7 million, which is about a 2% increase. This also includes there's AHIF, which is one of the lower lines on here. Debt service area is increasing slightly, and that's due to we're renegotiating currently, and we'll come back later this year with this. It's currently on a line of credit with PNC Bank. We're looking at a new either new line of credit or other product to refinance this, but the debt service only increases here because we assume that we start paying off some of the principal on this. It's been interest only currently, but some of the principal to be paid off. But we'll be working through that structure as we do the refinancing. So that's to come. This is based on the upcoming bond sale. Right now, we're looking at about, on the general fund side, about $128 million of issuance. So these numbers are based off of that issuance on the general fund side. We are actually right now finalizing what that amount will be. We're going through the projects, looking at the project needs, what their status is, to see if we can push any of the issuance out to the next fiscal year if they don't need the funding just yet, based on how they're moving forward. So we'll be coming back again next month with the request for the 26 bond sale. But this is based off of that, about $128 million of bond issuance on our side. If we go to the next slide. So key budget considerations. We have, again, one thing you all may be aware of is that we did defer last year's bond sale. That resulted in some one-time savings this current fiscal year. Not ongoing, so it's just a deferral of some of that issuance. It will be issued eventually, so the project's still moving. It was just a timing issue. So that was able to result in some one-time savings this year of about $6.4 million. But that will result in, this year's issuance may be a little bit higher because we're combining some of those deferred projects as they, move forward with this year's projects. So that's again, and it's taking a little bit more work of finalizing that list because of that kind of doubling of the projects and project needs as we refine it. But we'll be coming back next month for that. And then again, on Barcroft, currently there's $120 million on that line of credit for the facility. Originally it was $150. We've paid down $30 million so far. That expires at the end of this year, and we are currently in the process of evaluating what product we'll be using to refinance that. So that'll be coming back soon as well. And so that's the very short on the debt service. You all have already, I think, seen a lot of the projects in the individual departments. We won't talk about those, but we'll open it up now to questions that you may have on debt.
Colleagues, no questions. We'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Perfect. Well, let's move on to Metro. So on WMATA, we actually have some somewhat positive news this year, which is that if you look at the bottom line here, is that our general fund subsidy is actually going down. Last year, or current fiscal 2026 adopted, we had a general fund subsidy of $50.8 million.
total subsidy, which includes all of our other funding sources we use to fund Metro, was $143 million. When we put out the proposed budget, we actually had a subsidy that was reduced on the total side, gross side, to $136 million, which allowed us to reduce the general fund support down to $46 million as a portion. And the reason for that decrease was that WMATA identified a mistake in how they allocate subsidy among the local jurisdictions. There was a miscalculation in one of their formula pieces that we weren't able to independently verify because it comes from Metro data that they provide. So they identified that, and what it ultimately resulted in was really that Arlington was the net beneficiary of that miscalculation. So it lowered our subsidy about $7 million. And so that's good news for us in terms of budgeting, that we'll be able to have a slightly lower budget in fiscal 27. Further beyond that, what's happened recently is that Maryland has come back and asked WMATA to cap their subsidy. So WMATA has a 3% cap on subsidies. It's at the whole level, so it's DC, Maryland, and Virginia capped at 3%. But when you do the allocation among each of the jurisdictions, some could be a little bit higher, some can be a little bit lower, but it averages that 3% based on the calculations. Well, Maryland's requested that theirs, which happened to be higher this year, be capped at the 3%, which lowers Virginia below 3%, so a little bit more. What that means is we've gotten a draft of the subsidy. It's about $1.7 to $1.8 million, further reduction to our subsidy based on Maryland's reduction request. So we have a FY 2025-27 revised projection here, which is the fourth column here, that lowers it by that amount. A second thing that we have changed since we put out the proposed CIP is that initially we, to be conservative, did not include any assumption for Commonwealth funding starting in fiscal 27. It was too soon. We weren't sure it would be included. Now, we've heard that in the budget there are some competing options for a short-term fix for Metro, but it sounds like it's promising. And so we're hopeful, but we also want to be cautious to make sure it's clear that this is not approved yet. It's still a work in process, and it will take some effort down in Richmond, but there are proposals down there that may get us funding. So what we've done tentatively is put a revised subsidy showing, and that's the number in red here on the screen, of kind of in the middle here, of what we calculate as roughly $41 million would be our share if the Commonwealth does come together and provide that funding at the state level to fund Metro going forward, or at least for fiscal 27, until they come back next year, hopefully with a long-term solution. But what that does is, we're showing here a slight reduction in our general fund support of about 1.7 from proposed, but then also you see that we're able to use that Commonwealth funding and reduce. We were initially basically depleting almost our entire balance at MVTC state transit aid that's used for transportation, of reducing that. So this is showing that we would not do that, and we would substitute and put back in the state's support. So that's where we are right now. And again, in the next few weeks, we'll probably hear what happens in Richmond, and hopefully we can use their funding. If not, we will have to, and we have it available, but it is the majority of our funding, we'll have to go back to using our state transportation aid at MVTC.
I just wanted to interrupt Jason for a second. So when we're sharing information with you for you to do the chair's mark, this reduction that's signified by the revised column, $1.4 million of one-time savings is now available that was not available when the budget was proposed in February. So that's something that you should keep in mind as you try to balance the budget. And that's something that we've shared with the chair, and that will go out as part of, as you consider how to do the budget. And it's one time because of what Jason just said.
Yep, the majority of this is one time in nature of why the subsidy is coming down for us. It's not an ongoing savings.
Go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
Can you just help me with the math? I think you said 1.7 to 1.8 was the additional reduction from Maryland. Is the 1.4 related to that, or how do you get to 1.4?
The so it is, how do I say?
It's the red, it's the Commonwealth funding that
We've already taken a lot of the savings in the FY27 proposed, a lot of savings. So the 1.4 is from the additional. That amount is attributable to some one-time, like with Maryland, they're asking for deferrals in bus service and things that they're not cutting. It's not cutting Metro's budget. It's asking for things to start next year versus this year. So they will ultimately hit next year. The majority of what's led to, with Maryland bringing down the subsidy and then giving us the additional 1.7 total is deferral of service, not elimination of service.
And I think that's my question, is the difference between the 27 proposed and 27 revised looks like it's 1.7.
So
is that the
majority of that's
one-time?
one-time in nature, some of it is ongoing.
Gotcha. All right, perfect. And then while I have the microphone, my other question is the recalculation from Metro potentially multi-year, either going back or going forward? Have we explored that?
Question. It is going forward. It is
baked in.
It helps us going forward. So it's baked in. It's a revision. Basically, the new number will be the new base. It gets recalculated every few years, so it could change, but we should see fairly standard increase from here. It does impact fiscal 2026, which we're currently in. We do have an open question with MATA that at this point there is no intent to address it, but this is early. We just, it was just discovered recently. In theory, it does impact us this year because we assumed that there was a large increase in WMATA, in Arlington's ridership in comparison to other jurisdictions, and it was based off the data they provided. Since that's not true, we're looking into what can be done this year. In the past, what has happened is when there were, at the end of a fiscal year, adjustments within jurisdictions or credits or if people owed money, what happens is it would be applied to the basically 2 years forward due to budgetary, so people can time and factor it into their budgets. If it was a 26 issue, it would be put into the base of the 28 budget as we're deliberating, because we're already working on 27 now.
I'm going to help Jason here. He has been persistent to say you should fix it in 26. It's not a done deal at all. And if it shows up, it'll end up being reflected further on in the out years. So we've been persistent, but we don't have any more money for you as of the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
So I just, following up and seeing if I understand, if the 2-year Commonwealth funding that is being discussed, they're two different bills, is enacted and becomes permanent, then there would be some additional ongoing savings that we would realize. Is that correct or incorrect?
If the Commonwealth comes together with the funding, it allows us to not use the balances we had, state transit aid balances, MVTC, that were considered one-time since balances we've been holding for the past couple of years, knowing this cliff is coming.
Sure.
So if we're able to receive this funding, we could keep it as a reserve, as a contingency for other issues, such as future Metro pressures. So it would put that back into our balances.
Full agreement with the keeping the NBTC balances, but, in our list, if the state does not in perpetuity do half, I'm going to be yelling at some people. And so if they do not, then 2-3 years, we've had so many reasons to be not hopeful today, and I'm not saying this is the panacea, but if they do not, then you could envision, am I incorrect to say that 28 or 29, and they do this, we could envision some ongoing relief. Am I incorrect, or throw water on?
Well, no, I mean, we've had a long conversation about this. It's a matter of risk assessment. I think there could be some one-time relief that could show up because we could, not have as much set aside in those balances, but we'll have to assess that based on what ends up happening. Is that
correct? Yeah, the balances they're used for four main things. They're used for capital and operating, and it's both for Metro as well as for local capital and operating for art and star service.
Yeah.
So it's used for all of those. So it addresses any needs we have between all of them. So we'll have to look at the balances and what may be appropriate for the usage.
Got it. Thank you.
And I did want to mention one thing, not because I'm trying to wish this on us, but we have to start, I think it's next year that we're going to have to renegotiate the art the art labor agreement's coming up. So we have to make sure we have some reserves for that.
Sure. Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, I think this is connected to Mr. DiFranti's questions. The row for state transit aid one time is basically coming from a pseudo reserve that we have that is held by NVTC. Is that right?
That is correct.
And originally it was proposed if we theoretically don't get state money, we could use 26.7 out of that. Do you know the full amount that is in that pseudo reserve account right now?
Right. So this line, if you look at that state translated one time, that line, you show it, and you see how it, the 3.4 in 27, or 26.7 initially, that is most of it. There's a little bit more, I think 10 or 15 million more after that's used, but that's what we're calculating as the full available balance. And the reason we have most of this balance was during COVID, we got a lot of relief funding to cover Metro's subsidy as they lost a lot of revenue or ridership revenue, and then it helps supplement that part of the revenue and part of their budget. Well, we received more than what we needed as a subsidy, recognizing that money's not, it's one time and it's going to expire very shortly, but ridership will not come back overnight. We knew that funding would be needed once the federal funds ran out, and the last amount was this year, I think $3 million, $3 or $4 million, the last little bit. And so we've been holding it for the specific reason to help get us back to the right state. But it's not, at some point as we start winding it down, which if we don't have this Commonwealth funding, it would wind down really quickly, there could be a huge general fund obligation coming forward.
Yeah, and that was kind of my second part of the question, was just around, it seems like, we're going to fight as hard as we can over the next few weeks to make sure that the money from the Commonwealth is in the budget, up to them how they pay for that. But but if worst case scenario, it's not in for this fiscal year, we are okay, we are survivable for fiscal 27, and then we have a $30 to $40 million question mark for fiscal 28. Am I reading that right?
Correct, right. We would take a significant hit to the fund, and we've been holding for this reason that we would hoping would have been able to be used for a couple fiscal years.
Yeah.
Maybe gone in 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Helpful as always, concerning as always.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair Coffey. Mr. Karantonis.
No, just that was just to reiterate. That's just a flotation device, a life vest under your seat. But if we have to use it, the boat is gone. So.
A very small one with a hole in it. Correct. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Fries, for managing the downside scenario and the irrational exuberance of the chair at the moment, or hopefulness, but we will see, and there's much left to do, and onward we go. I don't see other lights. Thank you very much. I would say that from your judicious approach, your son or your daughter or your son is very lucky to have you. Very lucky to have you. Will be able to plan and think through every contingency.
His son already has his college fund fully funded. Is that
I was going to say, yeah.
Just check it.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up is the county manager's office. So I'm going to ask staff to join me here while they're joining for CMO. We've come up with a new way to think of CMO. Our job is to coordinate, mollify, and organize. That's what we're going to do.
Mollify being the best.
Is that the Center of Magnificent Operations?
Yeah, Center of Magnificent Operations, and there are some people in the community who think I'm the county board manager, but I decline that position.
You'd need to be paid a lot more.
All right, you can tell I have a lot of friends. No one wants to sit next to me. Michelle here is here. We're going to let, who should we pick? Erica come up.
You're just picking
You're not first. And we'll let Catherine come up. I need friends. Don't have any.
Now there's a seat.
There's a seat down here.
Don't worry.
All right, let's get going here. So, Pamela has come all the way from Springfield, Virginia to. I'll be right back. Wait till we get the slides up.
You have a new logo?
Okay, so we have, so you can pace yourself, we have about 29 slides. I'm going to go through the first, I think about first 7, or no, more than that, first 9 slides, and then we'll get into some of the details. But if we could go to the next slide, Jonathan, or, yeah, thanks. So County Manager's Office, we actually have a mission statement, and so I'm going to tell you what it all is, or I'm not going to read it for you, but essentially what we're responsible for trying to deliver high-quality services and focus on economic sustainability and make sure that we're a high-performing organization. And, you know, we also, this mission statement is from quite a while ago, but also over the course of time, and you'll see on subsequent slides, we have picked up additional responsibilities. And so if we can go to the next slide. You'll see that here these are our lines of business and functions. We didn't get around to sort of adjusting this, but we have a core and main office where we do most of the administration support of the county board. We've included the climate policy office in the main office, and also the Office of Race, and also our intergovernmental relations and labor relations. And I'm giving some thought maybe to breaking those out as separate lines of business. We just didn't get around to doing that. And another item that we spent a lot of time on is our notice of funding availability and grant monitoring. You can see the next box includes communications and public engagement, which has those elements of communications engagement. There are our video group and our constituent services, and our Office of Human Rights. You'll get to hear from Anna Maynard shortly about human rights, what we do for workforce accommodation, and how we support some outside advisory groups. And let's go to the next slide. We have laid out here, and I wanted to mention why we have 2 of these items in yellow. One is, as we go through the conversation, and Catherine will cover this a little bit, the proposed budget at the time in February, since then, proposing one change, which I hope the board will include in the adopted budget, which is to move one position from the Department of Human Resources into the County Manager's Office. This position works very closely with Catherine on collective bargaining, and it was my conclusion that to provide her a little bit more of moral support, have that position moved into our office. So that's why that's highlighted in yellow, because that's an addition that I didn't include in the proposed budget. And then the other highlight in yellow is the position that I'm proposing to not fill, which is the environmental management specialist, which is where you get the bulk of the savings in my proposed budget. Everything else is laid out there in detail by the number of FTEs. You can go to the next slide. So we have a budget that comes close to, it's over $8 million, and the proposed budget, you can see the bulk of it is actually focused on personnel, and you can see that the core office makes up the biggest piece of that. Next comes our communications and public engagement office, and then our Office of Human Rights. And so some of the highlights of our budget, we have put in ongoing, the board was generous enough to put some one-time funding for fair housing testing. Now we've included that as an ongoing expenditure. We have $1.25 million is included in my budget for the Opportunities Grant. That's an issue that I think that you're going to want to consider as you go through finalizing the budget. And as I've already mentioned, the vacant environmental management position as a reduction. Go on to the next slide. So we've had a lot of conversations in our office. You know, we have the Office of Race, which is, has the main responsibility of focusing on equity initiatives across the departments. But we also have become a department where we have our own business to take care of. So we have dedicated three members who are working on the racial equity core team. You'll hear more about this from Cynthia. And we spend a lot of time working, and actually I would say is when we prepare the budget, for example, one of the things we're doing is constantly having conversations with departments about how they're integrating equity into the budgeting. And I was particularly proud today you got to see that the Department of Environmental Services did something that Parks and Recreation had done, which is, I think there are very few examples of this across the United States, of actually bringing equity principles into how we do in capital budgeting, and that we've spent a lot of time focusing on that, at least we have in our office, to make sure that that's carried through. Let's go to the next slide. So we're a little bit, this is the number without moving the FTE from the Department of Human Resources. And you can see we're a little bit under $8 million, and we have 36 staff. That reduction in 3 FTEs is essentially the reduction of 1 position, and we're assuming the moving of 2 positions from the independent policing auditor from the county manager's office to the county board office. Now, the governor has not yet signed that legislation. We're hopeful that she'll do so any minute, so that's what we've included here. Next slide. Wanted to give you a little bit of a sense. Over the last 20 years, we did a snapshot of what was the county manager's office like 20 years ago, what was it like 10 years ago. And there's a few things to note. One is, and if you ever want to be bored, I can tell you why the Community Corrections Division was part of the county manager's office in 2007. It didn't belong there, and it was put there. We've moved that over to the Department of Human Services. But you can see fairly consistently from 2017, when I became manager, we added constituent services. And then in addition to that, there are other functions that have been added, which we have the Office of Race, which came right after the county board adopted the equity resolution in 2019. We have labor relations, which includes the efforts that we did when the board passed the collective bargaining ordinance in 2021. And then also climate policy coordination, which was an addition, I think, in 2022. So you can see the functions that have changed. We actually had a slide, I didn't bother including it because it's very complicated, talking about what a county manager's office does in Arlington versus the county executive in Fairfax versus the city manager in Alexandria. And it's very hard to have an apples to apples comparison because they have their own quirks. But I will just say that we have picked up additional functions over the last 10 years that weren't there previously. So we go to the next slide. So executive management and support for the county board. I am not going to read through all of this, but Pam was very generous. She keeps very good track of things. We've provided only 167 briefings to county board members in the last 12 months. Yeah. We have, we prepare for a number of work sessions, and we do, we have review of every single board report. Our deputies and assistant county managers spend a lot of time on that. This coming Friday, it's tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow. Avoid all the deputy county managers because they'll be a little bit grumpy because they have to go through a lot of board reports. And then we also provide the efforts we've stepped up on the notices of funding availability. And then, of course, we spend some of our spare time trying to provide guidance to the rest of the organization. We go on to the next slide. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Fioretti. She promised she would do this in under 45 minutes. Go ahead, Jen.
That's a tall order. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. The Climate Policy Office works to advance Arlington's efforts to plan and coordinate and implement climate action across the county, really focusing on working with other departments to integrate policies and programs and community engagement within the county operations and also beyond. Our mission is pretty simple. It's centered on turning collective action into real climate impact using a whole of government and whole of community approach to reduce emissions and advance sustainability. We focus on policies and programs that ensure that climate action is something everyone in Arlington can participate in. Our work is about building long-term resilience and creating a carbon-neutral future for everyone who lives, works, and plays in Arlington. Our team is currently structured around 4 core roles, each supporting a different aspect of implementation and engagement. One position, the environmental management specialist role, is currently vacant and is proposed to be eliminated, which may impact, of course, our future capacity to support program implementation and technical work. Overall, this is a small but high-impact team working collaboratively across departments and with the community to advance Arlington's climate goals. So, over the past year, we've been busy. The Climate Policy Office has really focused on continuing to build both internal momentum and external impact. The Climate Action Resolution that the board passed last February calls for a unified whole of community and whole of government approach to guide both current and future climate-related policies and operations. On the whole of government side, we've made strong progress institutionalizing climate work across departments, which includes launching the Climate Leadership Network and rolling out our Climate 101 training to the entire county staff. We've also advanced key policies with our departmental partners like the CPACE ordinance update, and also continued engagement with utilities, regional partners on priorities like virtual power plants and net metering. We also completed a robust engagement process on gas-powered leaf blowers and recently presented recommendations, as you all know, to the board on how we would recommend we proceed with the policy. On the whole of community side, we've expanded how we connect with residents, and last year we launched the Get Green Arlington app, which has now more than 800 downloads, and we're looking at total of 58,000 pounds of carbon dioxide avoided as a result of that work. And that's like burning 1,000 gallons of gasoline or manufacturing 600 sneakers, which I know is a nice proxy for these types of things. We've also made website updates that make it easier for people to find climate information. After redesigning the Biophilic Arlington web pages, page views have increased by 1,000%, and users have increased 181%. Our programs like Eco Ambassadors and events like Climate and Cuisine are helping build real community engagement in this space. And finally, in buildings and energy, we focused on increasing awareness and access through initiatives like the HVAC listening session, which we did in collaboration with the City of Alexandria, faith-based engagement, which we did in collaboration with the board office, and adding climate questions to the residential satisfaction survey to better understand community needs. Next slide. Okay. We've made incredible progress as a county in our fight against our contribution to climate change, and thanks to our hard work, Arlington has cut greenhouse gas emissions by 33% between 2007 and 2023. Of course, this involves many different factors, but Arlington's work certainly contributed to that progress. We are proving that our steady commitment to sustainability gets real results. We are also turning big ideas into daily habits across our neighborhoods. Take our on-street composting pilot, for example. The Department of Environmental Services is now collecting more than 10,000 pounds of food scraps and food-soiled paper every single month. And the other fact is that we have over 7,000 average daily art bus riders. And we've also given 732 trees to residents through a variety of programs. This shows how eager our residents are to step up and make a difference. These achievements highlight the power of collective effort and innovative programs in driving meaningful change. However, our journey is far from over. So sustained, focused action, which is what was called for in the County Board's Climate Action Resolution, is the only way that we will continue to support our community and to truly build a resilient future. To that end, a big focus for the Climate Policy Office in coordination is coordination and ensuring we're getting different perspectives and involving both county departments and the community in everything we do. Internally, we're supporting departments in integrating climate into their strategic planning where needed and convening conversations on emerging policy areas like plug-in solar, or as also known as balcony solar, and energy-efficient building codes. Externally, we're really leaning into community-facing programs. The Climate Action Plan kickoff that I mentioned earlier is a huge, through the Climate Cuisine event, was a huge major milestone, which we partnered with libraries to do. And that brought up close to 400 people, both online and in person, to the event. We're also continuing the engagement, other engagement efforts like our Climate Action Youth Art Contest, which is already, we've received an incredible amount of different types of artwork from students both within the APS system and beyond. And that's in celebration really of the different types of voices that we want to include in our climate action plan. We also believe partnerships are another key focus, and we've partnered with Ceres, which is a major global nonprofit based in Boston, whose focus is on business leadership and sustainability. And we've partnered with them to deliver the Arlington Corporate Climate Leaders, which will have its first executive committee meeting on April 27th. And finally, we're working to make climate action more accessible to everyone. We're developing tools like the Climate Toolkit and Climate Hub so residents and businesses can easily find the resources they need and amplify the information that they want. At a high level, our approach going into fiscal year 2027 will be centered on three things: building capacity, engaging the community, and integrating climate into everything we do as a county. Capacity building is about making sure staff and partners have the knowledge and tools they need, whether that's through forums like the Climate Leadership Network that I mentioned earlier, or resources like the Climate Toolkit. Community engagement is about meeting people where they are, working with businesses, community groups, and residents to make climate action feel relevant and accessible. And of course, policy is key. We're working with internal teams to embed climate into broader county planning and bringing stakeholders to tackle cross-cutting policy issues. So through these efforts, the Climate Policy Office will continue to support Arlington's commitment to build a climate-smart, resilient Arlington in fiscal year 2027 and beyond.
Thank you. I think it's based on Mr. Schwartz vacating the table. I think that it's over to Ms. Lisa Storrs.
We're moving right along. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. So the Office of Realizing Arlington's Commitment to Equity, also known as the Office of RACE, was created not quite 6 years ago in 2019 upon the County Board's adoption of an equity resolution. Our small but mighty team of two is focused on how to advance racial equity, inclusion, and belonging as core values of both our organization as well as the Arlington community. The Office of RACE contributes to the mission of both the County Manager's Office and Arlington County government as a whole. Next slide, please. Currently, the largest portion of the Office of RACE's efforts is internal facing. Some highlights are shown here, including managing the Interdepartmental Racial Equity Core Team, or RECT, which helps shape and implement equitable processes and priorities at the institutional level. Currently, the RECT is comprised of 23 members that represent 19 departments and offices. We develop and promote equity-focused training and tools for county staff, both online learning and in-person convenings. We collaborate across the agency with departmental equity teams and leaders, as well as with the county's 11 employee resource groups to foster equitable practices as well as belonging. And lastly, we help administer the county's Opportunities Grant that provides critical human services funding to nonprofits serving our community. Throughout the agency, departments and programs apply the equity lens to their work, ranging from budget decisions, project management, and programming to how we communicate and conduct our outreach and engagement. We use the questions in the equity lens to identify existing racial inequities and help us strategically pivot to address, improve, reduce, and/or eliminate those inequities. In addition to these internal functions, the Office of RACE directly serves the Arlington community, and here are a few examples. The Dialogues on Race and Equity Together Partners program completed its second cohort last year. We are constantly working to build connections, trust, and partnerships with members and organizations throughout the community. We are working to advance immigrant inclusion through engagement best practices and the county's participation in the national year-long Gateways for Growth cohort that is being sponsored this year by Welcoming America and the American Immigration Council, and by creating spaces and opportunities for bringing the community together to celebrate diversity and raise cultural awareness. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My apologies, I'm catching up. I think it's to Ms. Naylor now. Go ahead. I think, just push for red, yes.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. So I have been the FTE as the Chief Labor Relations Officer under the CMO dealing with labor relations essentially since the end of May of 2022. And as the county manager highlighted in his remarks, we are looking to have an additional FTE move from HRD to CMO under my supervision in FY 2027. That's a position that's now in HRD, and I work very closely with the person encumbering that position, essentially focusing on a lot of fiscal analysis in terms of analyzing compensation and budget scenarios, as well as serving as a primary backdrop or support in terms of compliance efforts on the management and county side with the different agreements. So basically, this slide just presents, I think, a brief overview in terms of some of my primary responsibilities under the collective bargaining ordinance that was passed by the board in July 2021. Obviously, the major responsibility there involves leading and negotiating our bargaining teams representing the county on reaching various agreements, specifically the collective bargaining agreements with the certified labor organizations that we have in the county. No surprise, these agreements cover a wide range of matters, both economic and non-economic, essentially compensation, benefits, and working conditions, so involving policies and procedures, basically, that impact working conditions of employees under these bargaining units. In these efforts, I received critical support and direction from the county manager as well as Deputy County Manager Michelle Cohen, and work closely and rely heavily on the leadership teams at police, fire, DES, DPR, HRD, as well as the county attorney's office. So currently, there are 3 certified bargaining units. The police officers represented by the Arlington Coalition of Police, otherwise known as ACOP. The firefighters represented by the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 2800, and the Service, Labor, and Trades Unit. And those positions are primarily in DES, DPR, and there's a very small handful of positions in the police department that are also comprised as part of that unit. And that's represented by AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 3001. Also under the ordinance, there are 2 other potential bargaining units that are not yet certified and are currently unrepresented. So professional positions, essentially countywide, and then another countywide bargaining unit for office and technical positions. And that would be kind of a default position, any positions that are eligible for bargaining unit inclusion that don't fall under the professional employees unit or the service, labor, and trades unit. Another significant area is involvement in terms of contract disputes. So under the ordinance, all CBAs, all collective bargaining agreements, must have contract dispute resolution procedures that essentially serve as a means for the unions to enforce the provisions of the agreements. Typically, this involves a 3 to 4 step process with disputes being filed with the immediate supervisor. Then if they're not resolved at that level, being elevated to the department director. And lastly, if there's no resolution there, to the county manager. And ultimately, if not resolved throughout the entire process, then the union can submit those matters to arbitration, where we would receive a final and binding determination in terms of whether the county's interpretation or the union's interpretation of the disputed provisions under the contract should prevail. And lastly, I serve as the subject matter expert on issues concerning labor relations or labor impact, and advise the county manager as well as departments, the management and leadership teams in the departments accordingly as questions arise or issues arise with respect to that. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm sorry, the slide right before that.
Ooh.
Yes, that one. Thank you. No problem. So this slide just provides a snapshot or brief overview of these efforts essentially over the last 4 years. So in 2022, we negotiated the first round of CBAs for firefighters and police officers covering FY 2024 through FY 2026. We also, not noted here, but reached a one-year MOU for SLT that provided solely for just pay raises for that year. And then in 2023, we negotiated the first CBA for the Service Labor and Trades Bargaining Unit. And so the number of provisions kind of indicate or attest to kind of the wide range of topics that are covered there. In 2025, so last year, we completed the second round of negotiations for the successor collective bargaining agreements for fire and police, essentially covering FY 27 through FY 2029. AOC, essentially, we focused on way less number of provisions in the second round, essentially focusing on areas where there may have been some contract disputes, conflicts, or otherwise needed clarification, as well as some new topics. All right. And then in terms of training, I was involved with HRD in 10 sessions for supervisors and managers of employees in the SLT bargaining unit, so supervisors in DES, DPR, and police. I focused particularly on SLT since compliance with a collective bargaining agreement and supervising in a unionized environment for DES and DPR was a pretty novel opportunity, essentially. Whereas prior to this, even though there wasn't formal collective bargaining, ACOP and IAFF have regularly engaged with county management over compensation and working conditions, although this was not formally or legally required or binding. And then lastly, in relation to contract disputes, just giving you an idea, over the last 3 years, with firefighters and the police, those are the number of contract disputes that have been filed. Some of them, in terms of firefighters and police, may represent duplicates in that we may have had multiple employees, I think in 2 or 3 scenarios under each, filing regarding the same issue or provision. And then with SLT, over the last 2 years of that contract, we've had 1 contract dispute. So that just gives an overall picture.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naylor. And colleagues, we are running a little behind schedule. I'm going to suggest that we keep going. There's a ton of material. If there is a burning desire to ask one question on the first 17 slides.
Question for all 5 of us, or?
One question per. I guess what I'd say is if you can write down and just hold until the end, that's what I'd ask. So legislative, on to you, Brian.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. So I just want to quickly mention something that's not on my slides, but I heard in your previous comments. I've made a note about studying that iPads printers issue and seeing how we can work on that. And then on Senator Surville not paying for his charging, if someone give me a credit card terminal, I used to work for him. I'm happy to show up at his house and ask him to tap.
Sounds good.
So, but yeah, so we've had a very strong year in first of the 3 buckets of the work that I oversee. Of our what ended up being 7 initiatives, We have been successful pending some budget decisions on 5 of 7 for context. About 71% success rate. The average success rate for majority party delegates, which I think is more of a fair comparison, is 56% and 64% for majority party senators. So we're hitting a pretty good average on that. And I want to break one piece of news that I'm going to give credit to Mr. Schwartz in willing into being. According to the Legislative Information System, the moving of the IPA to board supervision was signed, was just put into the system. So, that's official.
Bodily response was fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Estes.
Yes, and so we are. Yes. So of our other past initiatives, the tourism improvement district and transient occupancy tax bill is also signed. The rest we are still waiting on final confirmation of, but we're hearing good things. And on our continued stuff, both of those cases, we have good options for moving forward, even though they weren't successful this year. And we're hopeful on the budget backfill on our emergency management stuff, because actually ENVERS, which ends up being a clearinghouse for most of this, services about 40% of the Commonwealth's residents on some of their programs. So, it's more the northern half of Virginia than a Northern Virginia entity. That said, next slide, please. Federal earmarks, we just got those in within the last month. We have 8.4 million that we put in. Comparatively, last year we had put in 4.6 and received 3.5 million. So we were able to boost our numbers there. Happy to go in depth with any of you on the specific projects offline or through questions. But we got some great opportunities there. Next slide. All right, and so in the final bucket here is some like 30,000 foot stuff, both in analyzing what we've done in the other buckets, but also some more system-wide considerations. I am nearly done. I have about 300 more of the 1,200-ish bills that passed to categorize into the listed categories here, so that between that and some information we get from Local Attorneys Association, we should have a good list of not only what we have to do in terms of changes to ordinances, but also current and future options that we could take on, and of course, work groups and any policy changes that would be at a sub-ordinance level that we may just have to do something differently. Quickly touching on refining our process for next year, obviously, as you all might recall, I came in September and we kicked off the process in earnest. We're already having conversations now about kicking it off earlier and providing more chances for community input, not only through our great commissions and boards, but also more general public input earlier in the process, and allowing us more time to analyze that as well. Also for our internal staff and board members, advisory board members, and also possibly the public, talking about a General Assembly 101, because the General Assembly has its unique quirks and says things in ways that people don't necessarily understand, because it doesn't right away make sense. So trying to provide people some context so they understand, so they can be educated consumers of what they hear coming out of Richmond. And then systematic review of our earmarks and just federal funding writ large. I think we do a very good job of this already. But always want to check our work and see to make sure that there's not anything we're missing out on in terms of federal money in its varying forms. And also, particularly on our earmark process, sort of systematizing it more so we're putting less stress on the departmental staff when the deadline comes up, and instead, introducing little bits of work along the process to make it easier, keep everyone's blood pressure down come earmark time. So with that covers everything for me.
Thank you, Mr. Estee. Now we'll go to, we don't have to have a shift change for Erica, to you.
Ready to go.
Forced up here from the beginning. As you know, the CMO CAPE team has 4 legs to its stool: communication, public engagement, the Arlington Video Group, and our newest team, the Constituent Services team, which was added to CAPE in late 2024, shifting 6 FTEs from the core office to CAPE. But the CAPE team really works like a Venn diagram. My team is sick of hearing me talk about it that way, but it means that each team is really responsible for leading individual functions, but those functions feed into one another for the benefit of the entire team and for all of Arlington County government. Small examples of how that shows in our day-to-day work include how the Arlington Video Group assists with storytelling strategy for our communications team lending graphics and messaging expertise to the public engagement team, the public engagement team's strong community relationships helping connect the constituent services team to segments of the Arlington community who need assistance, and the constituent services team being able to elevate what they're hearing from the community to improve how we in turn share information back with the public. Next slide. I won't go through everything on this timeline, but communications has long been a part of the manager's office, long before the CAPE team that you know today, which came into existence in 2016 at the direction of our county manager. And our work has really expanded and deepened a lot over the past decade. For example, 3 years ago, we didn't have a Welcome Center here in Bosman. And the constituent services team was really just 2 people doing that work. In 2018, some of CAPE's functions, such as some of our video producer positions, website dedicated positions on the comms team, were shifted to establish the current public engagement team. And around that time, we also began focusing a lot more on proactive and engaging storytelling through social media, video, and infographics. And those shifts really did allow us to successfully lead communications and engagement efforts for things like the 2020 census, the COVID-19 pandemic response, and the launch of the new county website. But also that has led to critical functions being absorbed by existing staff positions on the team today. Next slide. As I mentioned, CMO CAPE exists because the county manager believes that communication and engagement are inextricably linked and must be linked to ensure meaningful, authentic connection with residents, visitors, businesses about county government operations. Fulfilling that business vision, requires not only my team, but also investment from every county department, because communication and public engagement really does vary across the organization, and the resources required to do that varies. Each team within CAPE, as you see here, serves as an overall Arlington County lead in specific areas. I won't go through all of the lists, but whether that is building out strategies for the organization to better reach and build trust with specific segments of our community, such as faith leaders, youth, our immigrant community, and renters, to improving constituent experiences and our responsiveness to inquiries through CMAP, or serving as a strategic communications partner on critical county issues. Our responsibility really is to ensure consistency in practice and serve as a resource and a convener for all departments, creating opportunities for collaboration, peer learning, and resource sharing. And that can be really specific projects, such as leading the indoor government section of the annual county fair, or ongoing efforts, such as the working groups that my team has established and leads for practitioners across the organization. We also serve as the comms team for DMF and as a supplement and a strategic link partner with the other CMO core office teams, such as the Climate Policy Office and the Office of Race. Our approach has allowed us to see a lot of successes. In FY25, the 15,971,080 online video and community event views across all of Arlington County government is really a testament to the strategic work that the organization has invested in, not only for Arlington Video Group on my team, but in our social media strategies, our equitable engagement practices, and more. FY25 also saw 147,268 tracked participants in both online and in-person engagements, which again is a direct result of the intentional and comprehensive efforts by staff from across the organization. But I also want to point out that numbers, while reflective of our highly engaged community, cannot capture the intangible value of creating access and awareness. For those community members that learn about an opportunity and could participate but choose not to, or the value of someone from a historically underrepresented community engaging with their government for the very first time. Next slide. And finally, there's always a long list of things in CAPE's wish list, and I promise this image is not indicative of the year in which we hope to finally get to those. But the list on here is some of the things that are either already in the works for the upcoming year or that we want to prioritize for FY27. Happy to answer any questions about any of that, but given the hour, I will turn it over to Anna, who I think is our next section.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Over Office of Human Rights. Anna.
All right, thank you very much. So the Office of Human Rights is responsible for enforcing civil rights protections and ensuring equal employment opportunity, supporting disability access and accommodations across the county. OHR oversees a broad portfolio that spans community-facing civil rights enforcement, internal employee EEO support, ADA Section 504 compliance, commission support, and countywide training and policy implementation. We are a staff of 5 full-time folks. We have a director position that's currently vacant, assistant manager. We have 2 human rights investigators and our disability resources, ADA Section 504 coordinator. So we're also another small but mighty staff. We support both community members and the entire county workforce. Next slide. So what do? We have both community-facing and internally-facing functions. Our community-facing role for our office is to investigate complaints of discrimination across housing, employment, public accommodations, education, credit, and commercial real estate. We serve as a designated fair employment practices partner agency, partnering with the EEOC on employment discrimination enforcement. And we ensure the county compliance with ADA and Section 504, providing consultation and advisement to departments and handling ADA grievances through our county's Disability Resources Coordinator. Internally, the office handles employee EEO complaints and grievances, reasonable accommodation requests, and delivers annual workforce-wide EEO training, as well as training on specific EEO topics for our managers and supervisors and department cohorts anywhere we identify a need or have a request for a particular type of training. Next slide. In addition to that, OHR supports 4 advisory bodies. We have the Human Rights Commission, the Disability Advisory Commission, the Commission on the Status of Women, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee. We also prepare the county's annual affirmative action plan to track workforce equity, and we are continuing our partnership with the Equal Rights Center to conduct annual fair housing testing and training activities as well. Okay, next slide. So OHR maintains or manages multiple workload streams that support both the community and the county workforce. Each year we receive more than 90 human rights ordinance complaints, with employment complaints making up the largest share of those, followed by housing complaints. Internally, we handle on average of about 20 workforce EEO cases annually. In addition to that, requests for workplace accommodations continue to increase year over year, and we're already seeing that we're ahead of our prior years in that area. So we're very busy in all of these areas that we care for. And wanted to focus a little bit on our fair housing efforts. Fair housing continues to be a core priority for the office. This year, we are again partnered with the Equal Rights Center to conduct comprehensive fair housing testing across all protected classes, including source of funds and familial status, with a particular target focused on retesting areas where we had concerns previously identified to see how we're doing in those areas. In those efforts, we've also delivered 4 fair housing training sessions for housing providers and county staff, and we've completed the last one of those just yesterday. We've received some really positive feedback on the practical value of those training sessions for both housing providers and staff who participated in those. And we will be looking forward to completing the testing that's coming out later this summer and sharing more about that with you as we get the results back on that. Under the Human Rights Ordinance, we do investigate and resolve housing discrimination complaints. So this is a resource that has been and continues to be available to our community under the Human Rights Ordinance. That is the second most frequent type of complaint that we manage in our office. And we distribute the Accessible Housing Bulletin to more than 7,000 recipients to make sure that the community is aware of accessible housing units that are currently available so that folks who need those are able to get into them. Okay, I think I've speak.
Thank you, Ms. Maynard. And so that concludes the county manager's thorough presentation, and done at least as well with Mr. Schwartz, rooting from the back benches as from the front row. No, in all seriousness, colleagues, I will be happy to open the floor. And I can go first if you wish. I see Mr. Spain's light, and then Ms. Cunningham, and then Mr. Carantonis. Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Spain.
So just to be fully transparent, I have 4 questions, but I'm not going to ask all 4 right at this moment because there's a lot of testimony that have come here. And this is for the county manager. So, yeah.
Come on.
Y'all probably going to be playing musical chairs here for a little bit. So, one, I think we're all aware, per your budget, Mr. Manager, that the environmental management specialist position that you recommended be not filled this year. That decision was made. However, there's been a lot of concern, right, that has been brought forward to us from not only some of our commissions, but also folks in the community. We know that, there are some significant cost savings based on some of our climate initiatives. And I guess the question is, do you believe that keeping this position vacant, one, does it really align with our county's climate action commitments, or does it, I'm not going to question or undermining it, but what is really the rationale here? Because a lot of folks still want to keep it. When I say folks, I'm talking, again, I think you know who they are, the commissions, the people who are doing this work. Tell me a little bit about that recommendation, or tell us.
Sure. So, and you all know this, which is you gave me an assignment to try to come up with somewhere between $35 and $45 million in cuts and also potential revenue increases. And all the cuts that I proposed in the budget, I can say I wasn't happy with any of the cuts I proposed, except for those. There's some that really were administrative efficiencies. This is not one of the ones I was happy with. And I think it came down to a question of making choices. I think that Ms. Fioretti does an amazing job. She has Rena with her who does amazing work, and she's embarking on the climate action plan. It's a lot of work to do, and she has some help from other parts of the organization. She certainly would benefit from having that position, but when it came to a relative balancing between that and some of the other things we were seeing, I'll just say in human services, that's where I came down on it, and that doesn't mean I don't value it.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. One other quick question while you're here, and then I'll turn it over and save my time for a final question. I'll wait. We have our human rights folks here, and thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm looking at your numbers. Let me pull my sheet up here. Current active HRO investigations. You probably know in my former life at OIG, I used to be an investigator. I would argue that, 47 in complaints and investigations, even 22, are not really high in the grand scheme of things, given the number of investigators. What is your open to close rate on your investigations time, from the time you get a complaint to the time you close it?
It typically is within a year.
A year.
It's sometimes less than that. It just depends on the circumstances. That's a snapshot of what is under active investigation. We get new things every single day, and we close things as we proceed through them. So, that fluctuates, but that's a snapshot of where we were at the time that we grabbed those statistics.
So you're telling me the average is a year, the investigation is open?
That from beginning to end, from the time we accept the investigation until we complete it and issue our findings.
Okay, great. That's good to know for right now, and I think that's it. I have two more, but I'll wait.
Thank you. I think I said Ms. Cunningham next. We'll go kind of popcorn a little bit as based on what I saw. Go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
Sure. I was going to ask Human Rights Office as well. This board has shared a real focus on fair housing and asked for additional work last year that I think is carrying forward. Can you give us an update on how that work is proceeding, what we're finding, what you need to ensure that we, in the absence of a federal government that's really enforcing much, that we are helping landlords and tenants in this case?
So we don't have the results yet of the current testing that's going on, so we don't know what that will look like, but we should have a better picture of that once we have that and to see kind of where we might have gaps of things. We do continue to receive housing complaints, and we investigate those and work to resolve them, and typically we're able to resolve them, work with housing providers and find a solution. I would say that the most frequent type of housing complaint that we receive is in the area of disability and reasonable accommodation is the most common thing. And so we find that educating housing providers in that area might be helpful to try to ensure that people understand how to handle those requests that come in.
Yeah, and if I could just add, we shifted from biannual to annual testing. It includes retesting of where we saw problem areas. So I think, we're on the continuum of progression, right, as we, evaluate that. And I've been working closely with Anna on this just because of the importance that you all placed and the managers placed as well. And I can't emphasize enough what I think we were able to execute those 4 rounds of training pretty quickly with ERC. They're great. And when I get the reports on, both she and I get the readouts on who attended, 50 to 60 each one, and the diversity, if you will, of, I'm not sure that's the right word, but like when you look at it, it is all the big management companies, residential management companies. It's all sorts of great staff. It's other major property owners, and it's different names on each testing. So I'm thrilled. I think now, could we do more? That's, we're just having that conversation. So I want you to, and I'm glad we have ongoing funding for this. That's the other thing. So it can continue next year. So it'll be great to report back in fall once we have the results of that, the testing and everything. So I'm sure not enough ever, I get it, but at least it's more than we were doing before. And Anna's been really strong in keeping it running, if you will.
Yeah, and the consistency is really important. So I'm glad we got it ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I think I saw next Vice Chair Coffey and then Mr. Carantonis. I'm not, either of you go first, but I'll start with Vice Chair Coffey with your indulgence, Mr. Carantonis.
That's fine. For Ms. Fioretti, I know part of the whole of government approach has also been trying to integrate climate and sustainability into this budgeting process, which I do think we got a pretty decent start this year. We've seen the slides in most of the presentations, and there's been I would say a thoughtfulness of every department towards sustainability. But at the same time, I think we have high expectations in our community as to what a climate conscious budgeting process looks like. And I think, we gotta balance high expectations with reasonableness about what can be achieved in a 1 year, not even quite 1 year cycle that we've been committed to this. And I just want to ask kind of where do you see us going, and what do you think is achievable kind of by the next budget cycle in terms of how we think about climate in our budget?
As we know, the climate action resolution was really clear that we need to incorporate a climate-focused lens into the budget. I would say that it's been happening for a very long time, and what we tried to do this year was to bring I know the county manager, along with the Department of Management and Finance and others, asked the board, asked the departments to provide a little bit more detail about how their budget requests, proposals reflect on our climate priorities. And to your point, you saw that incorporated for the very first time in the department work sessions, budget work sessions. Where we see the next year is we have an opportunity to continue to grow and evolve. I think a lot of this really relies on, and this comes back to the Climate Policy Office's work on capacity building. So in order for us to share more detail, we need to help to educate our staff across the county. And so I envision the next year's budget presentations to include perhaps a little bit more detail, and we can continue to work and listen to our stakeholders to see if there's other ways that we can approach this. But at the end of the day, a lot of these conversations, these are it's like a decision support tool that we would incorporate within the administrative review of the deliberative discussions that the manager has with the department. So a lot of this is happening within our normal process, so may not necessarily always be visible to the public at all times. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate it. On CAPE, I think you can stay there. It's not really a question. It's mostly not a question. I really appreciated slide 22, kind of showing the development, and in particular, I think one of the first slides from the manager was the expansion of what CMO does, and I think even within that, the expansion of what each part of CMO does is notable. And kind of as another, looking forward to the next fiscal year, as we're basically at the end of this process, right? I know we have, from the county board office side, started to collect more data around our constituent services work and engagement and interactions, and it's quite notable, and we'll see that in the next round of the presentations. But having some comparable statistics about how much volume you all are handling, especially from the constituent services team, I think that's one of the areas of the most massive growth this past fiscal year has been on the maturity and ability of our CSO to react and respond, but also the more we do, it feels like the more we get. And so I would just be interested in seeing some of that data kind of comparable to what we're seeing and collecting on our end. Yeah. So, and yeah.
For the purpose of those following along online, yes, Stephanie Bello has been tracking that. We want to make sure that we have good data, right? And so that was a lot of the first portion of her time, but she has been tracking that since she arrived here at the beginning of 2025. And yes, we are planning to add that into our metrics for the next fiscal year. We did FY25, we didn't have tracking for CSO at that time, but for FY26, we will have that and be able to share that back out.
Great, thank you, that's awesome. I'll do a very quick kudos to Brian, Cynthia, and Catherine. I don't have any questions for you, but it doesn't mean your work is not also very, very important. And then I'll end with kind of a pin on Office of Human Rights and the fair housing work. I think it is really great that we've gotten the fair housing testing into ongoing, and I'm thinking, this is mostly a comment for our colleagues, kind of pinning a thought on budget guidance, that it's not necessarily to have additional work done, but as we are getting these annual findings, thinking about a work plan perhaps of, based on what we learn from the annual testing, what is it we should do about that? Whether it is, landlord education, or is it resident education, or is it publicizing our reporting, or, I don't know sitting here right now what those things are, but I think across the next year, if we start developing a work plan of how it would look to respond to those findings, that might help inform us in fiscal 28 about some additional investments we might want to make in your office or somewhere else in the organization.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. It strikes me that guidance has been an evolving thing over the last 2 or 3 years, and we'll just have to, there's an element of, we have to help as we craft that budget guidance, because some of it, when I talk about it, moves over into budget direction, which, we just have to, we'll have to work to work on the guidance.
If I could add one point on that, I'm just going to be very brief, because I had talked to Ms. Coffey about this earlier today, which is that there certainly is a role for the Human Rights Commission and also the Tenant Landlord Commission. You heard them last night about if we started doing the fair housing testing and we have those findings, then I don't want it to be a discontinuous effort on our part, because they all do sort of blend together, and make sure that we have a plan for that, because Anna is mighty and she's got 2 investigators, and that just starts the process. But really, at the end of the day, I really, as the board has shown when it comes to working with our voters about what's, for example, in ranked choice voting, educating people and giving them that information is so critical, and we need to make sure that we do that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey and Mr. Schwartz, for that addition. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. Just to add to that a little note on OHR, on the Office of Human Rights, what we hear from the community, and I believe this was part of conversations that we had already, et cetera, is that OHR didn't have enough capacity to be proactively, having an active storefront to the community that says, come in, we are open for your concerns. We want to hear from you, et cetera. And it was not for lack of trying or for lack of commitment or lack of focus, it was for lack of capacity, period. That was the point. And at the same time, we had also an elevation of issues of discrimination, of racial, sensitivity. We did a lot at the same time, so that the focus on having the capacity in OHR, was even sharper. So therefore, seeing a vacant position here, which I understand that we will be filling, it was kind of raising flags, etc. I wanted to go back to CAPE. So it's amazing what CAPE has accomplished in the last few years, and I believe that we as a community, also as a government, understood how critical the roles are, especially during the pandemic. I mean, census, pandemic, and equity, public engagement for FTEs. The question that we always have is, how do we accomplish to hear those who are not shouting or cannot shout, right? How do we keep track, and how do we improve on this? Because we are, and you have been fantastic in trying to get us to think more systematically about that. You even helped us with training others to do that. So I would like to see how these 4 FTEs, how this is translating into community work, because this is a critical part of the communication. We kind of separate it from the formal communication, the press releases and all this, but this engagement thing is for me important. I want to know how we measure success.
I mean, I think that is where always the rub is, because engagement and relationships are not always a quantitative piece. I mean, I think we measure success by the work that we see and who shows up and who ends up being responsive. I think one of the biggest indicators of success most recently, and both Board Member Spain and Board Member Cunningham are aware of that, is with our faith communities. That was really an untapped area that we had always wanted to work into, and it was Sarah Tracy and her team that really worked with the Office of Race and others to spearhead that work. And, we've had people show up time and again, and we've had new people show up every time. We just actually today got emails back from folks on our CIP engagement from our faith network that we're re-engaging on that in ways that we wouldn't have seen in the past. And so while, again, the numbers are a hard thing when it comes to those relationships, but when those lines of communications are open, there are so many ways in which it can go when those relationships are built, and the ripple effects of strong relationships and people that feel confident and comfortable engaging with their government, particularly those portions of our population that are not necessarily trustful of government. And when they feel like they can, there is, to me, and again, I'm very passionate about this work, but there is no way to put a value on somebody who now trusts their government, who talks to their neighbor, who tells their cousin, who tells their coworker, and spreads that word out that Arlington County government and engaging and being a part of those conversations and coming to them with your issues. They will help you solve it if you call, they'll help you work through it if you call, if you come in, if you go to the board. That's immeasurable. And so I think where this team of 4 really sits is in spearheading that and doing a lot of that initial boots on the ground work that then can be extrapolated out to departments, and then learning from departments. For example, you have the Latino community liaison in ACPD that's been a really great partner for Sarah Tracy's team in making sure that not only are we not all going to the same people at the same time and asking for the same thing, right, but that we're building on each other's strengths and relationships and building on each other's knowledge of the community there. And so they really are able to serve as a force multiplier for the departments in that regard, in terms of, hey, we went and we talked here, that didn't really work, but this really did work, and let's have those conversations. And so that is, again, I don't know if it's quite a numbers in terms of ROI, but I think there's a lot of really important value work going on there.
I was not after numbers. I understand that, and sometimes even if you have numbers, they don't tell the story. I was more about structures. So it is there is public engagement in other departments, right?
Correct.
I mean, if you look major public engagement processes right now, we have the comp plan, we have something that's in your department, which is the resident satisfaction survey, right? It's ongoing, right?
Yes.
So we have a ton of things, the transportation master plan. So these are major pushes.
Yeah.
My concern is, how do we harvest that many touch points of actual individuals and bring it back to the central department of magnificent operations that enriches, and then how does this translate into strategy?
So it translates.
For example, we've learned a lot from the comp plan outreach with focus groups. Right, or with street interception of people.
Yep.
So how does this inform?
So it all informs a lot is through our internal relationships, and some of it's more structured formally in those working groups where we literally have postmortem conversations about what worked, what didn't. People are always going to each other to bring back strategies, bring back learning and things like that. So for example, that canvassing that we saw had such a good effect in the comp plan, right? We used it for budget, and now we're using it for CIP. So we take those learnings and we bring those back, and then others are able to replicate those, and we really do work to serve as that central point of like, okay, here's the the toolkit for this little aspect of it, and here's the toolkit for that aspect of it, and providing those resources across the way. And then I think in terms of, and it's hard because if you think about public engagement, and I said this in my initial slide comments, it is not the same across the organization, right? Public engagement on a comp plan is very different than public engagement on even a site plan. Public engagement on the Arlington's transportation future is very different than public engagement on a road project that's about to begin. That is very different than a Latino community liaison officer, right, in ACPD, or the community engagement that goes on in Dipscommer and Fire for some of their community programs that they do with various groups or make available to the public. So it is unfortunately not a one-size-fits-all, but we can glean little pieces of what others do and bring that back to improve the strategy of the whole and decide, does a focus group make sense here? We're actually looking, Sarah and I were just talking today about, the one big area that is so critical to Arlington County that is so hard to engage with is, of course, our rental community, Maureen. And so, we were talking about, like, can we use that focus group strategy that they worked out with the comp plan, and can we do something with that model and shift it over to sort of try to make some of the same inroads that we've made with the faith community into our rental community? So I would be happy to have lots of longer conversations about this because I'm clearly very passionate about it, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of a sense of how those four people.
Right, we can talk more about that. I wanted to figure out whether these are appropriate resources for the purposes of a budget discussion here.
Yeah.
By the way, I never referred to the rental community, but the rental communities, because there are so many.
Well, that's why the focus group model that was used in the comp plan with all those focus groups, you got to have different types of focus groups.
Just to make a tiny comment on that, I remember one of the first meetings we had when I joined the board, and you showed me the database of all of the property managers and people that we have for our multi-unit buildings, and we try so hard. And one of the first things I did, because I never get any information from my building about anything going on in the county, is I went and I looked in the database to be like, maybe they have the wrong email address. Maybe it's, management changes and people move on, and maybe it's the wrong thing, and that's why I'm not getting anything. And I went in, and it is the right email address. It is for the general manager and the concierge, and there's absolutely no reason the information is getting to the building, and yet it still does not get to us as residents. And I think that just highlights some of the challenge of this is we can only do so much. Erica and team can only do so much. We really are reliant upon other external partners to walk with us in this journey on reaching some of our hardest to reach people, because we can reach out with as much excitement and vigor as we would like, but it is not always getting where it needs to go.
Sure.
Anyway, what I'm after is, similar to how CAPE evolved our concept of efficiency of public outreach. So I remember big campaigns like car-free diet, for example, et cetera, which we outsourced, et cetera. And then we evolved into census, the census campaign. We discovered the concept of ambassadors, community ambassadors, that we had to dedicate staff time and focus to recruit, and then to et cetera. And it's the same for the climate action plan, et cetera. It's the penetration that the capillary dispersion of our reach that matters here. And I'm trying to figure out how to make it systematic to the degree that also takes into account the huge equity disparities that we have right now, because what is important for one part of our population, it's not only that it's the lack of information, it's the completely different value that information has for different groups.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. You named a big concept, and that's why I wanted to interject and not take victory away from, or defeat away from the jaws of victory. Those three examples are very salient to me. Ms. Cunningham, I'd ask your forgiveness. We'll still get to your question. It's going to go to Mr. Spain next, and then come back to you.
Okay. It gave us a lot to digest today, and I know we're on a time hack here. First to Cape, you mentioned the engagement that you've had with faith-based organizations, to be quite pointed, and I just want to commend you and Tracy and the entire team for that work. You know, you don't know what you don't know. And I also want to commend the county manager from our first conversation where we, a year ago, I said, hey, let's tap into the source. And to Board Member Cunningham, I mean, I learned a long time ago, effective communication is the key to success. And if you intend to travel in an insular circle and you don't expand your horizon, you will see the same people each and every time. And what we saw a few weeks ago in person was just magnificent. So it's working. I do want to kind of pivot to back to, it's going to be two areas, human rights, and then I'm going to go to race. And I'm just going to say this as concerns that I have, Mr. Manager. We have an assistant county manager position that's now been open for going on 5 months, and I know you're working on that. To all the things that I believe some of our colleagues are mentioning, and what is the art of the possible? How can we, build out this structure? I would hope that, and I'm also working with our Human Rights Commission, quite honestly. I think there's some gaps, and I just hope that we will continue to push forward in this area, and because it just feels that there's a lot of work to be done, and until we get the right size staff and the right people in place, we can do more, I think. When it comes to human rights, fair housing, some of the initiatives you talked about, some of my colleagues about, what does it look like next year or down the road with fair housing? I think that's, need to bring in some staff and let's work on that. So just wanted to share those concerns that I have because I'm following that quite closely. I know the Human Rights Commission has a meeting also tonight, virtually. And so I hope the conversations you're having with them is going well. And I'm assuming you meet with them quite often?
Oh, I meet with them every time they meet.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
They actually canceled their meeting for
They did?
tonight.
Oh, okay. Must be news to us. News to me. All right. And the last thing on that, and I know this is more the commission, but I would ask you to look into the the James P. Hunter Human Rights Award has not been awarded since 2021, from my recollection. And I know that award was created for a number of reasons. Maybe, he was also a Marine. So I would ask you to kind of look into that and see what's going on. I know it's more commission, but I'd love to see that kind of reinvigorated here and kind of back out there if possible.
Okay.
I want to go to race for a second. Oh, my friend Cynthia. Look, and this is county manager, you're in a position, full transparency, when I look at your role in this office, Mr. Manager, I kind of, some experiences that I've had, and I put that against the equity resolution. You mentioned in your testimony, I keep saying testimony, you mentioned in your statements that you feel that we're working more internally, all right? Now, by saying that, I believe that kind of cuts us off from really what the resolution in and of itself expects of us to be doing in race and equity, which, and when we policy shape, it's more than internal facing. It is also engagement throughout the community. It is very broad. I also believe, quite honestly, Mr. Manager, that potentially you may want to consider how race and equity aligns under human rights within that office from an equity perspective, given the role and the work that you do at Human Rights. So when we're talking about decision-making, resource allocation, policy development, and we're going to do institutionalize equity across our government functions, do you feel that we're doing that, Cynthia, or is there more work to be done? Because if you're only doing internal type engagement from a race equity perspective, I think there's just a lot missing. So I just want to hear your thoughts on how much more we can be doing, what's maybe missing, because I think there are a number of areas. And lastly, I know we've talked about this with the board members, the annual report that typically comes out of this office. Can you give us an idea of when that may come back up again?
No, thank you so much for those questions and comments. So I will reiterate just a little bit of what I pointed out earlier is that a lot of the focus of my current team, as well as that of my predecessors, really had been internal focused. And there's many reasons for that, one being our small team size, but also because we have so many different county departments and offices that are in different places within establishing their equity goals, implementing those goals. And so the Racial Equity Core Team plays a really vital role in that by trying to create that institutional change across the agency. That all said, where it's possible and where we have the bandwidth to do it, we will try to extend the work of the Office of Race into the community. The short history of the Office of Race, really, that has only happened through working with consultants and working with community partners. It's just been the nature of the work because it's been more all-encompassing to focus on the internal. That all said, we talked a bit about this at the beginning of the year when my team presented the board members with a status update of the Office of Race. And I think some of the touch points, if you're looking at the 2019 resolution, we've made a lot of progress as an agency in raising awareness about the importance of ingraining equity into our decision-making, whether it's project management, budget decisions, things like that. We also have a much more firm shared understanding of terminology, of strategies, and so we've made a lot of progress there. I do think there's definitely opportunities for improvement in being able to work more with the community. I think the few chances that it's already been mentioned a few times, the recent outreach with the faith community, we played a big role in that and bringing those groups together. And so it's building the partnerships where we can, but also looking at the data and the information that we have internally and how we do a better job of tracking and monitoring that. And that really just has not been the primary focus for us yet, but we know that it needs to be.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say for the record, I believe your position, your role in our county is critically important to everything that we do. I thank you for your service. Thank you for what you put into it, you and your team. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my questions for today.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Cunningham.
I think Ms. Naylor may have had to step out, so this goes to the county manager without a phone a friend. Oh, she's back. You're out of my view.
Too far.
You didn't go
Thank
too
you
far.
so much for asking her a question, because I was hoping that someone would.
I do what I can. And I'll try to keep it brief so my chair doesn't kill me. I am curious about the collective bargaining legislation that's moving through Richmond. I don't know where it is. Maybe this is a Brian question too. Is there any impact on your workflow and just in general? Talk to us a little bit about the addition of a second person as we get into the rhythm of regular collective bargaining.
With respect to the first question, in terms of what may or is coming down the pike in terms of the new state legislation, I think it's unclear. I think in terms of the immediacy of the effect, I think that's a big question. But potentially, I think there's no question that it could mean and have a great impact on an increased workflow. But I think it's going to be an evolving situation.
I wanted to congratulate Catherine for being polite. I'm going to be very direct about this. I'm not expressing a view about the legislation, but if the legislation as it's currently written is adopted with the number of bargaining units that are created, I mean, Catherine has essentially been a one-person operation for the last 4 years and working closely with this position in HR. If we have a proliferation of bargaining units, it's just, we will need additional staff, full stop.
Yeah. Fairfax, I think, estimated just implementing it on their end would cost them $22 million. So we haven't done that analysis, but helps to understand. And we will not know the true impact until the governor does whatever the governor chooses to do.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I think that I'm glad you asked the question, and I imagine that there's follow-up conversation should you want it with Mr. Esty and Ms. Naylor. I'll just conclude by saying a couple of things. We'll see if I can uniquely try to say thank you. Ms. Naylor, your experience and your commitment to the process, every conversation we've ever had, I've been impressed. I don't think you need moral support, but I'm glad you're getting moral support. Ms. Maynard, you've been the rock that has kept the office continuing to go in not always easy times. I'll just be that, just because of some of the vacancies that have been there over time. Ms. Moore, you got a huge team and a huge job. That's more direct reports than I aspire to in my life. But that's also those who are the extraordinary work that's being done. And I really want to associate myself with you, Mr. Karantonis, on naming the potential campaigns and what might be ahead as a strategic idea. Mr. Esty, you have navigated not easy coming in. I'm recovering as a advocate from a few years of work in that area, and just grateful for your commitment and hard work. Doesn't mean it's always easy. The board, managing the board, including this board member, is not always simple. Gateways for Growth looks really interesting. I know I may have seen it before, but I just hadn't focused on it before, and so thrilled that we're participating. I could perhaps use a trip to a way to online or something to give me a little context on it. And I don't think that there's a value add that the county board has on that, but I am thrilled that we're involved in it, because we are all immigrants in this room. Not one of us, that to my knowledge, is strongly Native American, and so that's a piece of what I understand from the description that is, and it's the fabric of Arlington, certainly in addition to the United States. I want to just see if I understand Mr. Schwartz. The 3 FTEs that were down is the 2 IPA FTE and then the 1 environmental.
That is correct. And if I could just take a moment of personal privilege, and I know, because you've all expressed this to me, but I want to express it publicly. We did not have any presentations today from the deputy county managers because they were too busy answering all your requests. No, I mean, they work incredibly hard. I feel absolutely blessed to have the team that I have, and they are all rock stars, and I know you acknowledge that, and I just wanted to make sure, since they didn't get a chance to speak today, and I think they welcome that I make sure I acknowledge them. And then also there's other staff in our organization. You get to see, for example, Stephanie Washington, who sits out there and always has just such a positive attitude, and everybody else who really believes in the work that we do, and hopefully that I know that you all do, and to thank all of you. Thank you very much.
True facts on all of it, and there's a desire for not, I do have, unfortunately, I can't quite end on that. I just want to put a pin. Sorry, you were so eloquent.
So perfect.
But no, I'll just put a pin on associating myself on the environmental manager position. I know we have limited resources, but there's iterations that could be a half year or a full year position that at least I'm going to want to pursue, along with perhaps a couple of other colleagues.
And if I don't thank Lynn, then my life is going to be a living hell. So I forgot about it.
Amen.
Pam.
And that should be our last word. I think tonight I can actually adjourn us.
No, we have a whole presentation left.
I was eager. We do. We have the county board office. I will share with colleagues that I need to pick my daughter up by 6 o'clock. And so we will try to be efficient. Mr. Kushner, over to you. Yeah, that's true. That's true. For sure.
Write your questions down, we'll ask.
Mr. Kushner, to you when you're ready. Thank you to the team for being here, and to the county manager's office. You are welcome to stay, but you do not have to. It's up to you.
They actually are required.
Sure. Mr. Kushner, to you.
All right, if you give me just a moment, and I believe we have the presentation loaded up.
I was so remembered, and then I forgot. My apologies.
All good. And my side.
Okay.
All righty. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mason Kushner. I am the clerk to the county board. I am joined here today by my colleagues Jonathan Davis, deputy clerk, Many of you might recognize him as the public face of many of our board meetings.
Sure.
The first point of entry out there in the atrium, and first point of contact for many of our residents who are engaged with our proceedings. I am also joined today by Mr. David Barrera, who is the board's Communications and Constituent Services Manager. He is joining us today virtually, and he's on the line. He's recovering from COVID, so he's joining us virtually just out of respect for those of us here, trying to make sure we don't all get sick. And I'm also pleased to introduce Ariel Ardura, who has just recently joined our office as our policy manager for the county board. I'd also like to note that our county auditor, Wayne Scott, is here with us today. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with Wayne and Shirley and the audit team's incredible work over the last couple of years. He's joined here today because he and the county auditor's team exist as an independent line of business within the county board office's budget. So he's here for any questions that you might have of his office. With that, really quick overview of the office, how we fit into the overall organizational picture of this organization. And because this is our first time presenting at one of these sessions, a little bit of background for our residents about what we do, how we serve, and then we'll get into the budget. So going to our first slide, I'd like to ground today's conversation opening with the county's vision statement. It was adopted by the board and carried through each of its successive generations. And it reads as follows, which is Arlington will be a diverse and inclusive world-class urban community with a secure, attractive residential and commercial neighborhoods where people unite to form a caring, learning, participating, sustainable community in which each person is important. I open with this vision statement because it's the charge of this office, our office, to support you, the board, in advancing that vision in all of the work that we do. Specifically, as we move on to the next slide, we're here to guarantee the public's awareness of and access to the board's decision-making processes, our meetings, our hearings, our town halls, any other public engagement formats. It's to preserve the continuity of the board's democratic governance, our operating norms, our procedures, things of that nature. It's to support the legislative, policy, and public engagement functions of this county board in close concert with the county manager's office and other departmental staff. It is in coordination with the county attorney's office to ensure our legal compliance, to ensure our transparency, public access, and record keeping of the board's proceedings. And finally, it's to provide administrative, policy, communications, and constituent services support to each of the 5 of you as independent county board members. Those are all pretty lofty statements, so if we're going to distill them down into what we actually do for our residents, our office is here to provide for publicly noticed and accessible county board meetings and hearings. And I'm speaking beyond the base level of the statutory requirements here. It's our mission to make sure that all of our residents, regardless of their backgrounds, regardless of their commitments or circumstances, have the opportunity to weigh in and participate in the board's proceedings. We also preserve the record of your legislative products. It's unsung, but it's important work to make sure that 20, 50, 100 years from now, there's a clear and accessible record of your decisions. Things as simple as sidewalk maintenance agreements to things that are as complex as the amendatory history of our codes and ordinances, conditions for major site plans, even the very mechanisms by which our elections are conducted here in the county. For our internally initiated projects, because there are a whole host of these things, but for those that are internally initiated, we provide some supporting materials for your decision making. These are things like briefing papers, down to the findings of broader qualitative, quantitative feedback opportunities that we offer to our residents on items that come before you as the board. We also serve to provide a direct link between you, the board, and our residents, not only through our engagements and our outgoing communications, but also as a point of contact for some of our residents who might need a little bit of help navigating the organization and the various services it provides. We do this in very close coordination with the county manager's office and their constituent services team. I wanted to acknowledge them and thank them for their daily partnership. They are a vital asset. We serve as your administrative support for various advisory groups and bodies. Again, in partnership with a number of key departmental staff. These are our nearly 50 volunteer groups composed of over 400 something residents who serve as a critically important pool of shared knowledge. They help us inform your policies and decision-making processes. We also support your work coordinating with something like 30 various regional or community organizations. It's their work to ensure that our residents and their needs are well represented and well coordinated across the broader region. Finally, we ensure public transparency for matters of FOIA, public meetings, financial disclosures, other regulatory or compliance-related matters that work to reinforce trust between this board and us as a department, the organization, and members of our community. So moving on to the next slide. Very, very rough outline of the board's organizational structure, just for the benefit of our residents who might be curious about how work flows through our office. I do want to note here that there are presently, it sounds like 2 imminently, additional lines of business within the county board office. That'd be the the county auditor, and it sounds like imminently the independent policing auditor. Those will be spoken for in future iterations here. But I wanted to just briefly give us an overview. Our office starts with the bedrock, which is our aides. Everyone's likely aware, but each board member is directly supported by a dedicated member of our staff. Late in the day, a few may have been able to join us earlier, but I did want to call them out and share our appreciation for them and their work. Moving up to a couple of the general pillars of our office's support structure, starting with Ms. Ardura here, who, as I mentioned, recently joined us as the board's policy manager. She's charged with research and recommendations behind your shared policy priorities. Next, over to our communications and constituent services team, headed by Mr. David Barrera, who I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, and who, in addition to handling the board's media presence, oversees the direction of our external communications and constituent services functions. Mr. Barrera is supported by Ms. Tennille Lemon, who's charged with the day-to-day execution of those communications functions, and who is also instrumental in overseeing and expanding on the board's public-facing engagements and our social media presence, among a host of other tasks. Finally, and as before, Jonathan Davis, who is our County Board Deputy Clerk. He's the day-to-day face of our board meetings, our proceedings, and for many of our residents. And he supports our office's various administrative and regulatory functions. With him serving on the clerical team is Ms. Ari Smith, who, in addition to serving as our first point of contact for a whole host of our resident interactions, supports a number of other critical functions that just keep our office running internally, smoothly, every day. So moving on, as we get closer to the budget discussion, I want to take a real quick moment to highlight an area that I know is of importance, not just to this board, but to the organization, which is our centered work on equity and our focus on equity. It's very much grounded in what we do as an office. A couple of really, really high-level but key examples of this are our active and ongoing participation in the county's racial equity core team, which you just heard about. The creation of, recently, the new communications role to broaden access to and awareness of this board and its proceedings, particularly among historically underrepresented communities. It was, to call out another couple of specific examples, the recent implementation of a commissions-wide demographic survey that served to better inform our recruitment and appointment practices. Mr. Spain, I did want to acknowledge that there was a lot of interest in this last night, and while these practices are still in their infancy and there's always room to improve, that was a direct outgrowth of our focus to equity as an organization. Lastly, our strategic expansion of our Open Door Monday sessions, very deliberate site selection and very targeted outreach with a really, really tight focus on improving the accessibility and participation among our residents. So these are some concrete examples, but the important takeaway I want to offer here is that these are deeply embedded principles in our office, and they fundamentally inform all of the things that we do day to day. So moving along and into budget, I did want to take a moment to highlight some recent growth and accomplishments just as a backdrop. Over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of work. We've tried to do strengthen the fundamentals of our operations and public accountability. We've got new tools to track our constituent service flows, our constituent service workflows. We've got new processes that ensure accountability around our noticing processes, generally, and a fundamental refresh of a lot of our basic operating norms as an office. We've worked to improve public engagement, access, and transparency. We've got a growing social media presence. We've got deliberate and thoughtful outreach around our community engagements. We've got clear and more proactive messaging around our proceedings. And as we're demonstrating here right now today, just more visibility into our work and a more consistent presence within the community. We've grown and we've restructured our staff roles to help support you and the community's priorities. I'm looking here at our new policy and communications roles. Also in a way which various tasks are handled within our office's operations that help streamline our work and free up time to make sure that we can be more deeply involved with our residents. We have strategically grown and realigned those roles within our office's operations. We've opened up a couple of new opportunities for upwards or lateral growth within the department, and we've placed a really heavy renewed focus on making sure that our staff are aware of the various training and developmental opportunities that are available elsewhere throughout the enterprise. And finally, we've conducted several major initiatives to help inform your decision-making processes. A couple that just jump to mind are the aforementioned demographic survey, the recent Arlington 2050 initiative, and the just concluded education and outreach around ranked choice voting, just to name a few. There's a lot more I could highlight. These are the public-facing initiatives, but the ones that I'd like to specifically call out, there are a bunch more that our staff work on every day. They're behind the scenes, helping support you on a manner of special assignments, and even more importantly, they're behind the scenes actively helping weigh in on ways that we can function better as a department. I did want to call out their work, call out their efforts, because they are very much appreciated, but in the interest of time, moving along to the next slide and the budget itself. So let's talk. Our submission this year was informed by frankly, my first full fiscal year of new management, and it's grounded in a much more detailed understanding on my part of our operational needs. It seeks to align our resources with the current conditions and priorities. It's also looking towards finding operational efficiencies wherever that's possible. It's looking to preserve the public's access. It's looking to preserve the integrity of our operations and accountability around our work, but it's looking to exercise good stewardship of what are, frankly, quite limited county resources. It was developed in response to the increasing expectations from our residents for transparency, accessibility, accountability in all that we do. And at its core, it really seeks to maintain a focus on our staffing needs, just to make sure that our baseline services continue to be delivered effectively. So moving on to a slide that I think will illustrate what I'm getting at with this. I've talked a lot about growth, transparency, and engagement, and so I wanted to take a really quick moment here to visually highlight what some of that growth looks like in numbers. Just to give some context behind the demands that it's placing on our staff. This slide, like I said, excerpts a couple of our performance measures, our critical and supporting. Starting with our critical is our commitment to responsiveness to our residents. It's a long-time standard. It's my 10th year with the board, and it has always been the standard that we aim to turn around our constituent responses within a 2-week time frame. Admittedly, there have been some challenging years over the last couple. We've been coming out of the lingering impacts of the pandemic. We've had some sweeping changes to the various tools and processes that we use to drive our work. And we've had a little bit of turnover over the last couple of years. We've also, and importantly, recognized several new board members over the last several years with a fresh set of priorities, fresh sets of ideas. So a key part of our work over the last 2 years in particular has been to stabilize and begin really cementing these day-to-day tools and norms, focusing on elevating our standards around responsiveness and looking to get that critical measure back to a place where we like it. The next 2 lines, though, are what are highlighting some of the really major challenges that we face in doing this work. That first line in particular demonstrates what I've been driving at here. It is a significant uptick over the last couple of years in the number of engagements and the number of interactions that flow through our office. I attribute this to a mix of factors. It's changes in the way that folks are engaging with us generally or just sharing their opinions. We get a lot more coordinated advocacy campaigns. There's been a major growth and uptick in the use and prevalence of these mass mail platforms. But just as importantly, these are the results, in my opinion, of a very deliberate effort on our part to meet our residents where they are, to put ourselves out there and to get out into the community. Examples are expanded Open Door Mondays, our promotion around them, our presence at the county fair, and increasing the number of forums and feedback opportunities that we as a department offer, among a litany of others. At its core, I see that number as a challenge, but as a good thing. It represents, to me, an ongoing willingness of our residents to engage in our processes, and that, to me, is vital. To help try and get a better sense of things, however, because those are some rather concerning looking numbers on the face of it, we have introduced, starting in fiscal 25 and carrying forward, a new performance measure which separates out what I would describe loosely as actionable service requests or inquiries, these being distinct from general opinions, mass mailers, or single points of interest or feedback. Even within this new distilled category, though, we've seen some sustained year-over-year growth from 25 to 26. It's been about a 10% increase, and if that trend holds, it'll be the same for next. I say all of this just as a backdrop to the proposed changes, which I'm about to share with you on our reductions for the coming fiscal year. So at the very highest level, next slide, please. These are our year-over-year changes as an entirety of the department. Important to note, this does not include the, as was just announced, the independent police auditor function, who will be joining us very shortly, subject to the board's approval of that. But noting that there is indeed some modest growth in our departmental budget. It's primarily driven by employee salary increases and associated costs. And so to partially offset that growth, we've made some targeted reductions to a number of our discretionary spending items. These are intended to help contain the budget, while at the same time ensuring that we can continue to meet our core service delivery needs. 2 further points before I move on, though, here. First, that the FTE count represented on this particular chart includes our professional staff, but does not include the 5 of you as board members. This is our professional staff internal to the board office and within the county auditor's office, but not the 5 board members. So if you were to include the 5 of you, that would read as 19. Your salaries are, however, included in that other number, which is the expenditures budget. So perhaps a more accurate reading of this would be
That is the total expenditures budget for a 19-person office, of which 14 are professional staff. The other clarifying point I'd like to offer here is there is one currently frozen and unfunded senior auditor position that's been carried over from the prior fiscal year budget. Mr. Scott, like I said, is here with us today, and he can answer any questions or speak to any concerns you might have with that. Moving on to our reductions then, which is the next slide. Here, I've taken the opportunity to break out the board office as a line of business specifically, given that within the county auditor's office, there are no proposed changes other than the continuance of the frozen, you'll have to forget it's a senior auditor position. So I am further within this slide splitting out between our ongoing operating expenses and our personnel expenses, just to help make the distinctions and draw a clear line between what we're working with here. Quick note, the number for fiscal 26 does not include the one-time funding allocated by the board for the ranked choice voting, education and outreach. That was one-time funding. It's not going to carry forward into fiscal 27, and for sake of discussion, I've omitted it from that number. But moving into things, as I've mentioned before, growth in our budget is driven primarily by employee salary increases and other associated costs such as healthcare. So to offset that, we have proposed a slate of operational reductions. Counterbalancing, we're looking at things such as reductions in our legal advertising budget, provision of food for board meetings, reduction in our food budget, reductions significantly to our internal printing costs, reduction to our interpretation budget, and reductions to our just general office supply lines. There are a bunch of other minor kind of net zero internal reallocations that we've done to more closely align actual needs, actual spend, but because they're net zero, I haven't taken the time to break them out here. I do want to focus on these for a moment because these come through a thoughtful restructuring in the way that we are looking to deliver our services and operations within the office. First, we're continuing our shift to a paperless model wherever that's possible.
Can I just pause for a second? I think it's most respectful to you and the entire office. I appreciate the presentation, and I have to step out or I can't pick up my daughter by
all
6
means.
when they close. I would say the presentation seems outstanding to me all the way through, and mindful of both budget considerations as well as your efforts to build capacity. And with that, I hope everyone will give me forgiveness for not being able to stay this extra time, but the presentation is excellent.
Just a friendly reminder that we are broadcast, live streamed, and these are archived and uploaded for future viewing and public consumption.
We know you'll miss us.
We'll miss you. Do you want your jacket?
Someone give my
All right.
Please
Madam Vice Chair,
continue.
picking up where I left off. So, like I said, continuing our shift to a paperless model wherever possible. Wanting to be very deliberate about that because there are instances in which bringing flyers, bringing informational materials, making those available to underserved members of our community is still important. So looking to be more efficient to our internal operations. Moving to an on-demand service for interpretation rather than proactive provisioning for all of our meetings. With the appropriate backups in place, of course, and of course, on request, we will always be ready and willing to provide interpretation. Significantly tightening our belts around just the various operating supplies that we use, and last but not least, adjustments to the ways in which legal notices are handled, which is a response to several recent changes in state enabling legislation. So as I mentioned before, these are reductions that come after my first full fiscal year of really getting to delve into and get to know our budgeting needs and aligning them accordingly. I do want to take a moment to pause here and key in on that last reduction specifically to legal advertising because it really drives one of the biggest challenges we have just from an operating expenses perspective. Namely, it is almost 50% of our annual non-personnel budget is reserved for legal advertisements alone. That leaves us not a whole lot to work with in terms of discretionary spending. It's loosely, after this realignment, $60,000 to administer a professional office of 13 filled positions. It's 12 plus a vacancy that's under active recruitment, and 5 board members, which includes several fundamental costs, things like phone services, basic software licenses, other things that are just necessary to administer an office, and then further, things that are necessary for the 5 of you to effectively do your jobs, to advocate for us on a state and regional level, to participate in conferences, to attend VACO, VML, things like that, to name a few. So against all that context, I just want to say I value even more highly our investments into our workforce, into our staff, and our work to modernize and adapt, to develop, implement new tools, new processes to make sure that we are working efficiently with the resources that we do have in front of us. I believe we're on a solid trajectory. I believe we can realize these basic operational reductions and efficiencies without impacting anything to do with our equitable and responsive service to our residents. So that said, looking out ahead, next slide, please. There we go. We're going to continue to face some budget pressures, and it's going to be driven by a couple of key factors. Namely, from an operational standpoint, the maturity of you all's long-term shift from part-time to full-time service as board members. You're very active in the community. You have very busy schedules. Goodness knows I can speak to that. But you got packed calendars with meetings, briefings, engagements during the day, after hours, on weekends, and that comes with the corresponding increase in the demands on our staff in the office and elsewhere in the enterprise. I've mentioned elsewhere, it's the continued growth in the volume and complexity of constituent interactions. I'm going to again highlight our Open Door Monday sessions and a couple of our recent hearings as really prime examples of that. It is no longer uncommon for us to host 40, 50, 60 plus residents at one of these engagements, and many more across the various categories of our regular business meetings. A major question mark at this point, and one for future consideration, are the as yet unknowns that could result from the findings of the board structure and performance study. It's currently underway, and what comes from that could very much shape future budget discussions. It is a giant question mark at this point for me. Next is the planned transition, at this point enabled by the governor, signed into law, of the independent policing auditor from the managers to the board's authority. As I understand it, that controlling for any other externalities is a net zero. It's simply transferring of her budget from the manager to the board office. But just for sake of discussion, wanted to note that here because it'll show up next year as a pretty significant increase in our operating and personnel expenses. And one more factor that's a little bit more difficult to specifically pin down, but just for sake of discussion, it's the ongoing affordability pressures that our staff face around costs of housing, transportation, associated things that challenge us, especially around recruitment and retention. I believe fundamentally that the board's best served by a workforce that, if it so chooses, can afford to live and work here, and to many that presents a pretty significant challenge. And then finally, and this is a very, very conceptual point, but given the growth in the work and growth in resident interactions that we've talked about here, just a note of consideration for future discussion, in that there might be some pretty significant utility for one additional, at least part-time position to help bolster capacity in a couple of much, much needed areas in our office. Some redundancy, some capacity to our core functions. I'm looking at things very front of mind, things like the intake and processing of our correspondence, that giant jump in intake that you saw on the performance measures slide, and coordinated scheduling being two that are front and center of me, especially as we've gone through the last couple of weeks. These are significant drains on staff time, and each of them are structurally absorbed by a few, or in some cases, only one position within our office. And to have some backstopping and redundancy would give us a lot more resiliency as an organization. So much to consider, but interest of time, and in closing, just want to thank you guys again for the opportunity to introduce our office briefly today, share a little bit with our residents, some detail on the various ways that we're committed to serving them every day. I want to particularly thank every member of the board office staff for all the hard work that they do in service of our county and our residents. To each of you here listening in, hopefully at home by this point, I hope you know that your work's seen and it's very much appreciated. And just to close this out, thank you for your time. Here for any questions as you have them.
Great, thank you. And I'll just start off by echoing the thanks to all of our board office staff. We would not survive without you all. It really, it's really core and key to our ability to be successful members of this board, representatives of our community, to have staff that can do their jobs and that we create an environment where they can do their jobs well. And so we really do appreciate it. I find our residents are often very shocked to learn that each of us are only supported directly by one other human being, especially when you look across the region at, Fairfax or other boards of the counties that surround us, where they have full teams that support each individual elected official. And so I think highlighting this is really important, and then highlighting also the very clear data that we are collecting on what the service needs for our office look like. So appreciate you presenting and seeing we got 2 lights and we got 3 lights. We'll start.
That's fine. You can start.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Karantonis and we'll work our way back down.
Madam Vice Chair, I disagree with you. We would survive, but we would be miserable.
Speak for yourself.
in the quality of the service that we can provide this community. Yeah. So It's not about survival, it's about commitment to public service, and this is why I'm really thankful to the service of every single one. And to add another slight disagreement with our vice chair, it's not only one member that supports each of us, it's also shared resource at the same time. So these 5 aides actually provide all the services that you have described here, Mr. Clerk. So I wanted to ask you one thing that is very close to my heart, and I believe that's an important consideration as well. So how do we take into account professional development for people who we ask to do a lot of things? And you described already some of the stressors and the pressure points.
Yeah, of course. So it is a challenging area, specifically within an aide's role, and I can speak to that from experience. I started out in this office as an aide a couple of years back. Like I said before, we are doing everything that we can to make sure that all of our aides, and in fact, all of our staff have access to and are aware of, first, all of the various training opportunities, professional development opportunities that are offered through the county or through our partners, but much more to the point, to make sure that they are an ingrained part of all of our internal processes, our projects, our ongoing initiatives. Aides, like I alluded to earlier, serve as liaisons to major and ongoing initiatives. We have 2 aides who each support the functions of the ongoing board structure and performance work. A lot of the work around our equity focus has been driven by our aides' participation in that core team. So really, it's just, as I'd alluded to before, making sure that they have opportunities to get involved, opportunities to drive, opportunities to grow their own resumes and grow their own portfolios. We do reserve a minor, modest budgetary line for employee development. It's always one that I'd love to be able to expand on, but those are the central ways that we help support our aides and help support the entirety of our staff.
Thank you. I really believe that we have to think more aggressively about the professional development, because we ask your team to produce and do so much work, and actually to grow into so many different functions and perform like an orchestra as a soloist and as a conductor, and they do the entire gamut of functions here. So these are people who are very multifaceted and multitasked, and my first attack to this is professional development. So I would like to dive a little bit deeper on this offline. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I'd be happy to continue that conversation.
And I would just echo the thanks. It's an amazing team that is assembled here, and the correspondence numbers are shocking. It resonates, but the 65,000 incomings this year reflects an engagement in our community that is great. And I know we're working to really get a very consistent response. And so I appreciate all the investment there in conjunction with this manager's office and the constituent services team. I think we've really made good progress, and people notice it. I don't hear every day, like I never heard back, at least in this current time zone. So this is great, and just really appreciate it, and appreciate your leadership and your attention to kind of building systems, both technology and people, that will see us through and support our community well.
Absolutely. Well, if I could just say again, they are the bedrock of our office. They are the bedrock of our support to the community, and we as an office could not function without them. They very much deserve every bit of that credit and support.
And to our auditor, I've already done lots of accolades in the audit committee, but so grateful for the work that you're doing and the way that you integrate across the whole organization to help us be better.
Thank you.
Mr. Spain?
I'm probably the last one that's holding us between the gavel. So let me just say this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know how you measure thank you, but I will just say, you mentioned some things, Mr. Clerk, slide 12, shifting from part-time to full-time. And I've been a lot of places in my career of 53 years. And I will tell you that I view the county board office as the hub the central hub of operations for 240,000 people in Arlington. And what you've been able to do, and in some very challenging times, is extraordinary. We haven't always seen eye to eye, let's be quite honest, but who do I see eye to eye with? But I will tell you that we're very young, and office, staff, and you've managed to do this in a way and lead us in a way that I believe is duly noteworthy. When you talk about the issues, though, we look at the stats and the intake, the sheer demand signal that we're seeing with our aides and staff. I think for the public, and you heard our vice chair talk about this a little bit, there is a lot going on as far as the demand and the requirement that I think a lot of public just does not understand and know. But we see it. Everyone's not, Board Member Cunningham or JD or Dave, like all of us have our unique personalities and demand, but from the intake to the outtake to the response to the engagement that goes on with staff to external partners, and quite honestly, at the end of the day, I'll be quite frank, in what they're getting paid, I'm shocked. I'm just shocked because we ask a lot of them. And so when you think about how we can be more efficient in the short term, I see your request on slide 12, and I think we're going to be talking about this. I think there's ways we can help you and improve in operations, but we're all dealing in very uncertain times, and it's tough. But whatever we can do as a collective, I hope we can get there to really look at some of the areas you lined out in slide 12 to kind of help you. And with that, I think I'm done, Madam Vice Chair, but I'd love to hear from Ariel. Thank you for being with us. You come with a lot of the public. I don't know if you've ever been introduced to the public besides any words you would like to say in your first couple of months, but it's been a pleasure working with you, and thank you for all your input. And you come from, DC and working in some similar environments, but you've been a very big contributor to our success. So any thoughts?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And this is my first formal introduction to the public. I am learning a lot. I am exactly 2 months into my time with the county board.
And what a 2 months to start.
Yeah. I came from the DC Council, and Arlington County is a different beast. And I'm really enjoying working here, and I've just got a lot to learn. And I really enjoy working with all of you. And I agree that the staff here are pretty incredible.
Well, I'll end with this. There's a saying, and don't take it in a negative way, but just chalk it up to all these phrases I learned over the years. Mr. Clerk, we're only as strong as our weakest link. That's deep. So as we move as a collective, right, we got to ensure we leave no one behind, even internal to office. Thank you. Back over to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Great. And, I'll really wrap with, I think you've done a lot of work on the budget to make sure that we are contributing to the overall reductions across the county, despite the fact that we have very little out there to even reduce. And I think that's, my main conclusion, my main takeaway from your set of slides is really just around how much we do with such kind of bare minimum resources at the end of the day. And I appreciate highlighting that, thinking about what does that mean for us in the future. Particularly, I think you keyed in on a really important thing, which is we're all doing this as our full-time commitment now, and that has not historically been how this office operated, and it does change things. And so I don't know that this year is a year to solve all problems, but I think your leadership in thinking about what has shifted, what has changed, and how do we need to address that going forward is going to be very important for future budget considerations. And so with that, do we have anything else? I don't know.
Do we have the county attorney, or that's just offline? Okay.
No further business.
Great. Mr. Manager, no further business? With that, we are adjourned.
Hey,